Chapter 943. The Truth Emerging from the Surface _3. She still had some money on her, didn't she? Even in her decline, she wouldn't have become like this, right?
Liu's father turned his head to look at Anew, and then at the sedan on Anyang's left, his eyes growing complicated.
The ring she's wearing is a Liu family heirloom. Perhaps even the money for buying the car was. This possibility was indeed high. After all, this is merely a rural place. Where could a countrywoman like Anew get the money to buy a car? Her sedan was imported and would cost at least 100 and several tens of thousands. Anew continued, Grandma Liu is inside right now, Uncle and Auntie, please come in with me. Liu's father nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Wentong, Xiaoqi, Xiaoru, let's go in quickly. Anew went to knock on the door. Grandma Liu, we're here. Coming. Grandma Liu responded, opening the door. To welcome relatives from afar, Grandma Liu specially put on new clothes that Anew had bought for her not long ago. The Liu family still kept photos of Grandma Liu from when she was young. Thus, Jiao Wentong recognized Grandma Liu instantly and rushed forward to take her hand. Big sister. Great aunt. Liu Ru, following Jiao Wentong's gaze, embraced Grandma Liu tightly, choking out, Great aunt. Great aunt, we've finally found you. You have no idea how much suffering our family has gone through looking for you all these years. Great aunt. Grandma Liu looked at the mother and daughter with tear-filled eyes, her mind filled with confusion. Her little brother was only 2 years younger than her, and his wife was even a year older than him. How could this woman, who was 30 or 40 years younger than herself, possibly be her sister-in-law? No. They must have mistaken her for someone else. Grandma Liu pushed Liu Ru directly away. Young girl, you've got the wrong person, I'm not your great aunt, she said, then looking up at Jiao Wentong. And you young lady, I don't know you. I don't have a younger sister as young as you. Liu Ru had also seen Grandma Liu from the old photos. She paused, never expecting Grandma Liu would push her away. This was very different from what she had imagined a family reunion to be like. After so many years of separation, Grandma Liu should have been deeply moved to see them. Why would she react like this? Could it be that the old woman had become senile? Or had Anew stirred up something in the middle? Liu Ru looked up at Anew. Jiao Wentong grabbed Grandma Liu's hand again. You are my big sister. I haven't mistaken you. We wouldn't make a mistake. You really have the wrong person. Grandma Liu shook off Jiao Wentong's hand. As Jiao Wentong stood there awkwardly, Liu's father stepped forward. Shuiwe, it's me. At these words, Grandma Liu looked up, her pupils shrunk slightly, and memories that had been sealed away surged forth like floodwater through open gates, her nostrils flaring. Chinian. It's me. Liu's father had taken a few steps forward, wanting to reach out and embrace Grandma Liu, but seeing the environment behind her, he withdrew his hand and choked out, Shuiwe, it's me. Time had aged them, and now they faced each other, unable to turn back the years. Old friends reunited. So much had changed in the world over the years. Chinian, where have you been all these years? Grandma Liu immediately cried out, throwing her arms around Liu Chinian. I thought you were dead. Chinian, I thought you were dead. 60 years. Every day she offered incense for Liu Chinian, never imagining that Liu Chinian was still alive. He was still alive. Grandma Liu even thought she might be dreaming. Shuiwe, I've wronged you, I've deeply wronged you. I thought you were dead, I'm sorry, so sorry. Watching the two old people embracing each other, Anew frowned slightly. Although Grandma Liu had recognized the person, she felt that there was something more complicated about this matter. According to Liu Qi, Liu's father should be called Liu Haoshan. Why was he now called Liu Chinian? Grandma Liu wept bitterly. I thought you were dead too. Heaven has eyes, Chinian, you're still alive. You're still alive. The most agonizing thing in the world is not death, but separation. Had they known earlier that the other was alive, they wouldn't have suffered as they did. Chinian, you're still alive, but what about big brother and second brother? Are they still here? Grandma Liu went on to ask. Liu Chinian shook his head, they're gone. In such chaotic times, it was very difficult to survive. Liu Chinian was just one of the fortunate few. Hearing this, Grandma Liu wept even more bitterly, continuously pounding on Liu Chinian's back. Jiao Wentong immediately came to the side of the two, her eyes red. Big sister,
I'm sorry for all the suffering you've endured over the years.
Let me and the children take good care of you from now on. Chapter 944. The Truth Emerging from the Surface _4. The sudden joy made Granny Liu's head spin.
Qinian, who is this?
Could it be a relative from Lu Qinian's family? Lu Qinian turned to look at Anew, hesitating.
There are some things I can't say in front of outsiders.
Granny Lu wiped her tears.
Yang is not an outsider. She's no different from my own granddaughter.
Just say it directly. You don't need to hesitate.
Lu Qinian remained silent. In his eyes, Anew was an outsider.
Anew wasn't the kind of person who couldn't read the room.
She smiled and said, Granny Lu, I still have some issues at home to handle. I'll come and visit you later.
Granny Lu grabbed Aneyang's hand.
Yang, you don't have to leave.
Having Anew leave at such a moment would only hurt her feelings.
Granny Lu genuinely didn't consider Anew an outsider.
Zhao Shuiyue.
Liu's father's expression clearly seemed off.
Seeing this, Anew still decided to leave.
If she insisted on staying, it would make her uncomfortable, and so would the Lu family.
Besides, their home was close to Granny Liu's. If anything really happened, she could still rush over to help her. After Anew left, Liu's father sighed in relief. Granny Lu pushed open the half-closed door.
Come in and sit with me.
The house was dilapidated, but it was kept very clean, and there was even a TV in the living room. Jiao Wentong carefully surveyed the environment.
The fact that there was a 3,000 yuan TV showed that the old woman still had a fair amount of money.
Granny Lu was busy pouring water for everyone. Jiao Wentong hurried over to help.
Let me help you with that, sister.
The tea set at Granny Liu's was quite old, though clean, making Liu's father somewhat hesitant to drink from it. He hadn't used such worn-out cups in many years.
Considering the state of the house, who knew if it had been crawled over by rats?
Liu's father was hesitant, and Lu Ru, who was used to living comfortably, was even more so. Lu Qi, however, didn't mind. He was thirsty and picked up the cup to drink. Auntie, this tea is wonderful. Is it barley tea? Granny Lu nodded and smiled.
Yes, it's barley tea.
If you like it, I can pack some for you to take when you leave. I have plenty here. With that, Granny Lu turned to Liu's father. Qinian, can you talk now? Who are these children to you? How have you really been all these years? Hearing this, Liu's father sighed deeply, his face full of pain.
He began to talk about his difficult past years, how he braved gunfire and crossed seas alone to reach Taiwan Island, and there achieved some success. Thankfully, in my most difficult and helpless times, I met Wentong.
Wentong is a good woman.
She didn't mind my age or that I had been married before, and she took great care of me.
Without her, I might have died.
After we got married, Wentong gave birth to 2 children, one named Lu Qi and the other Lu Ru.
Xiaoqi, Xiaoru, come and greet your auntie.
Hello, auntie.
Lu Qi and Lu Ru approached Granny Lu. Granny Lu was stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Qinian to have remarried. Not only had he remarried, but he also had 2 children. Her years of waiting seemed, at that moment, to become a joke. Hearing this, Granny Lu staggered backwards, nearly falling, but Lu Qi promptly steadied her.
Auntie, are you all right?
I'm fine. Granny Lu waved her hand and looked up at Lu Qi. Child, do you know what my last name is?
Lu.
Lu Qi guessed. It should be Lu, right? Otherwise, why would Anew call her Granny Lu?
No,
Granny Lu shook her head, her tone ambiguous between sadness and joy. My surname is Zhao Shuiyue. I called myself by the Lu surname because my late husband was a Lu.
Yes.
Lu Qinian was her husband. They were a couple who had gone through the formal wedding rites. Old-time women adhered to the principle of following their husband, and after his death, their son. Especially for Zhao Shuiyue, coming from a prominent family, this concept was deeply ingrained. War took her family and husband, and a famine forced her to leave the place she had grown up in, to live incognito in Jianghu village, assuming the name Lu Zhao. Nobody knew that she had had her own name. She was Zhao Shuiyue. Chapter 945. The Truth Emerging from the Surface _5. But she had never lived for herself. By the time she learned the truth,
She already had one foot in the King Yama Hall. How did it come to this? Seeing Zhao Shuiwe like this, Lu Qinian panicked. Shuiwe, don't be like this. I'm not dead. I haven't died. I'm still alive. I know I've wronged you all these years. But I couldn't help it. It was all due to the circumstances. Zhao Shuiwe looked at Lu Qinian with a desolate gaze. So what have you come here for today? Are you here to boast that you now have a son and a daughter, while I've lived like a joke? Lu Qinian, ask yourself. Has the Zhao family ever mistreated you? What did you promise my father? Since you're still alive, why didn't you come looking for me? Looking at your clothes, it doesn't seem like it's because you couldn't afford to, right? Some people would be better off dead. All these years, if Lu Qinian had truly wanted to find her, he would not have failed to do so. But Lu Qinian hadn't. Not only had he not, but he had also remarried. How ironic all of this was. Back then, Lu Qinian was just a destitute beggar too poor to eat, fainting at the doorstep of the Zhao family. It was old Master Zhao who took pity on him, picked up the half-dead Lu Qinian, and later took him in as a son-in-law. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The couple had been married for hardly half a year before war broke out. The entire Zhao family, over 200 people, were either killed or fled, in the end leaving only Zhao Shuiwe alone. Shuiwe, I've wronged you. I apologize to you. Lu Qinian immediately knelt on the ground. Shuiwe, please forgive me. From now on, my children with Wentong will be your children. They will take good care of you. And moreover, Wentong said, she wants to give Xiaoru to you as an adopted child. Lu Ru also knelt down. Auntie, please forgive my father. He had no other choice. I assure you from now on, you'll be my own mother, and when you pass on, I will carry the funeral banner and smash the bowls for you. Carrying the funeral banner and smashing the bowls is a custom after an elder's death, generally performed by the eldest son. However, in the absence of a son, a daughter can also do it, and it is usually the person who performs these rites who inherits all of the elder's wealth. This old woman was so rich, of course, she wanted to inherit her wealth. Jiao Wentong too knelt down, dragging Lu Qi with her. Big sister, I know all of this is my fault. It was me who pitted Hao Shan. It was me who shamelessly wanted to marry him. If you mind my existence, I can divorce Hao Shan. Big sister, as long as you're willing to forgive Hao Shan, I'm willing to do anything. The whole family was kneeling neatly in front of Zhao Shuiwe, their sincerity evident. Grandma Lu turned away. My husband Lu Qinian died 60 years ago. I do not know any of you, please leave. 60 years. She would have preferred it if Lu Qinian had never lived at all. Shuiwe, you can't be so heartless, Lu Qinian pleaded, holding onto Zhao Shuyu's legs. I know I've wronged you, but who in this life doesn't make a single mistake? Lu Qinian continued, Shuiwe, I know these years have been hard for you, but I hope you can also understand me. Think about it, in our parents' generation, who didn't have multiple wives and concubines. Without you by my side, I couldn't just watch the Lu family lineage die out. And I truly didn't know you were alive. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have done this, Shuiwe. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. I really know I was wrong. In that era, not to mention Zhao Shuyu's parents, even her brothers had multiple wives and concubines. He might have been guilty, but his crime was not worthy of death. Auntie, Lu Ru tugged at Zhao Shuyu's sleeve. They say a man's knees are gold, and now my father and brother have both knelt before you. Come back with us. From now on, I'll make sure you live in a big house, eat the best foods. Zhao Shuiwe closed her eyes. Go back, I don't know you. Auntie. Lu Ru grasped Zhao Shuiwe tightly. I'm not your auntie. Zhao Shuyu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Qinian went on, Shuiwe, we're both of advanced age now. What's there that we can't forgive? There is only this one life, no afterlife. I hope you can understand that. I believe if our parents were still alive, they too would understand me. They wouldn't want to see the Lu family's line end. Chapter 946. The Truth Emerging from the Surface _6. Shuiwe, under those circumstances, it wasn't that I didn't want to come back to find you, but I simply couldn't come back. And besides, I thought you had died. Just like you thought I had died too. Shuiwe, all I did was find someone to take care of myself. Do I really deserve to die for that? If dying can let you let go of your hatred for me, then go ahead and kill me. With that, Lu Qinian pulled out the short dagger strapped to his waist and handed it to Zhao Shuiyue. Lu Qinian knew Zhao Shuiyue very well. She was the type with a harsh tongue but a soft heart, one who couldn't be approached with force but rather needed her heart gently won over. Zhao Shuiyue took the dagger and fiercely stabbed it towards Lu Qinian's chest. The other 3 people nearby were all startled. But Lu Qinian didn't even try to dodge. He knew Zhao Shuiyue wouldn't go through with it. Bang! Dash! Just as Lu Qinian had expected, the dagger in Zhao Shuyu's hand fell to the ground. Shuiyue, forgive me, Lu Qinian seized the opportunity to embrace Zhao Shuiyue. Shuiyue, give me a chance to atone. Big sister, from now on, you're the elder and I'm the younger, Jiao Wentong stood up and said. If you don't like me, I can even divorce Hao Shan. Zhao Shuiyue hugged Lu Qinian and began to cry loudly. She really wanted to forgive and forget with Lu Qinian, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Perhaps it wasn't Lu Qinian's fault, but the fault of the times. No need, Zhao Shuiyue shook her head. You and he are legally married, you don't need to divorce. Big sister, thank you, Jiao Wentong took Zhao Shuyu's hand. Hao Shan often says that you are a good woman, and he was right, big sister, you really are a good person. Zhao Shuiyue didn't say a word. Jiao Wentong continued. Big sister, from now on, Xiaoqi and Xiaoru are your own children. When we go back, I will let you adopt Xiaoru. Go back. Zhao Shuiyue frowned. Go back where? Jiao Wentong said with a smile. Of course, to bring big sister back to Bay Island to enjoy the good life. We've finally found you, big sister. How can we let you continue to live a hard life here? Jiao Wentong had been paying close attention for a long time, and sure enough, Zhao Shuiyue was indeed from a wealthy family. Even the hairpin she used to twist up her hair was no ordinary item. After they returned, they would find a way to get Zhao Shuiyue to bring out all those nice things. Zhao Shuiyue shook her head. I'm not leaving. Why? Jiao Wentong asked. Zhao Shuiyue replied. I've lived in Jinghua village my entire life, this is my home. You all go back. There's no need to come looking for me again. I'm doing very well here. Lu Ru grew anxious. If this old woman didn't go back with them, what would become of all those good things? Would they all fall into Anyang's hands? That was unacceptable. Auntie, please come back with us. I promise I will treat you like my own mother from now on and take good care of you. You don't have any relatives or friends here. If something happens, no one will even know. Zhao Shuiyue shook her head. The villagers are good to me, you don't have to worry about this. Besides, isn't there Yang? That child is just like my own granddaughter. Just as Jiao Wentong was about to say more, she was silenced by a look from Lu Qinian. Lu Qinian continued, I'm sorry, Shuiyue, for all the hardship you've endured these years. I really do want to make it up to you. Won't you consider coming back with me? Zhao Shuiyue shook her head again. You go back by yourselves. Lu Qinian sighed and exchanged a few more pleasantries. The family of 4 stayed at Zhao Shuyu's home until evening before leaving. When they left, Lu Qinian secretly placed 1,000 yuan under Zhao Shuyu's bed. He knew Zhao Shuiyue didn't lack money, which is why 10 or 20 yuan would never catch her eye, so he decided to leave 1,000. Hoping it might sooner touch Zhao Shuyu's heart, so she would return with him. As soon as they got home, Jiao Wentong said angrily, Hao Shan, why did you stop me from speaking my mind at Big Sister's house this afternoon? That little girl Anyang is nothing but a con artist. She's trying to trick Big Sister out of her things. And to think Big Sister treats her like her own granddaughter. Besides, what right does an outsider have to take our family heirloom? Lu Ru was indignant. Exactly. What right does that cheap girl Anyang have to take our family heirloom? Those things are all mine. If it hadn't been for Lu Qinian's intervention today, she would have exposed Anyang for who she really is right in front of Zhao Shuiyue. Chapter 947, The Truth Emerging from the Surface Under the 7. Lu Qinian spoke earnestly. What I'm doing is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Do you think I can't see what kind of person Anyang is? The car she drove today might have been funded by Zhao Shuiyue. But some issues can't be rushed. Looking at Zhao Shuyu's attitude, it's clear she hasn't fully accepted us yet, so we must take it slow and not be too definitive in our approach. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru instantly understood. Dad, you are wise. Jiao Wentong also smiled. Lu Qinian continued, our family used to be very wealthy, the richest in the area, and I heard from Zhao Shuyu's father that to prevent our family from declining, our ancestors secretly hid a stash of gold, silver, and precious treasures during the Kangxi period. Before Lu Qinian finished his sentence, Lu Ru excitedly exclaimed, "Dad!
Are you serious?"
She had thought that the jade bracelet was the most valuable treasure Zhao Shuyue had, but it turned out there was a gold mine in her hands. Jiao Wentong was also excited, though she didn't show it. Lu Qinian nodded. "It's true, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through such effort to find her. In any case, this treasure must not end up in Ni Yang's hands. So these next few days, we must visit her daily to try and find that treasure map sooner." So many years had passed, and if Lu Qinian hadn't suddenly remembered the gold mine, he wouldn't have come looking for Zhao Shuyue. He had a wife and children, living such a happy life. Why would he bother stirring trouble? As far as he knew, the gold mine that Zhao Shuyue possessed was enough to secure many generations of his descendants a carefree life. Lu Qinian had even lined up foreign buyers. Jiao Wentong nodded. Just then, Lu Qi parked the car and walked in. "Mom, Dad, what were you just talking about?" "Nothing," Jiao Wentong replied. Her son was simple-minded, never engaging in anything underhanded. If he found out about the treasure map, the whole plan would be ruined. Thus, she couldn't tell him the truth. After the Lu family left, Ni Yang, carrying the food, arrived at Zhao Shuyu's home. "Grandma Lu." Ni Yang knocked on the door. Zhao Shuyue opened the door from inside. "Yang is here." As the two of them entered, Ni Yang noticed a slight redness around Zhao Shuyu's eyes and asked, "Grandma Lu, are you all right?" Zhao Shuyue shook her head. "I'm already 1 foot in the grave, what can be wrong with me? But Yang, from now on, can you call me Grandma Zhao instead?" "Huh." Ni Yang was puzzled, failing to grasp Zhao Shuyu's meaning. Zhao Shuyue sighed. Yang, actually, my surname is Zhao, my name is Zhao Shuyue." Ni Yang had known Zhao Shuyue for so long and only now discovered that her surname was not Lu, but Zhao. Zhao Shuyue further explained why she had previously claimed she belonged to the Lu family. Lu Qinian, who visited today, he and I had gone through a wedding ceremony 60 years ago. Mentioning it again, Zhao Shuyue was no longer resentful but spoke about it very calmly. Ni Yang frowned slightly. This was just like a real-life version of the story of Wang Baochuan and Xue Pinggue. Wang Baochuan endured the bitter cold for 18 years. But Xue Pinggue lived a life of glory and wealth for 18 years, and even enjoyed the carefree life of a royal consort. This was just too unfair for Zhao Shuyue. 60 years. A lifetime for a woman. How could he do such a thing? And he still had the audacity to acknowledge Zhao Shuyue. "Grandma Zhao, are you really forgiving them?" Ni Yang found it hard to believe. Zhao Shuyue smiled slightly. "The past is the past, I don't have many years left to live anyway, why hold a grudge against them? It's done." This must have been a dream she had in this mortal world. "Don't you think this is too unfair to you?" Wang Baochuan waited in the cold cave for 18 years, but at least she ended up becoming the empress for 18 days. "What about you? What did you get? You lost a whole 60 years of youth. How many 60 years does a woman have?" Ni Yang was really angry. She was truly angry. Why should such a good person like Zhao Shuyue suffer like this? Why should she endure all this pain? As a woman from the 21st century, Ni Yang really couldn't stand seeing this. Zhao Shuyue patted Ni Yang's hand. Yang, I'm not angry anymore, you shouldn't be either. Now I just think of that Lu Qinian as a naive younger brother. The Lu Qishan who married me in the ceremony long ago is already dead. Mrs. Zhao. He committed bigamy. He abandoned his lawful wife. He has to bear legal responsibility. Zhao Shuyue shook her head. Yang, that all belongs to a past era for me. Now Jiao Wentong is his lawful wife. If it really came to investigating it, I'm the one who would be considered the homewrecker. There were no marriage certificates in the old era, and they didn't have children either. They are not protected by the laws of the new era. Ni Yang sighed deeply, her eyes reddening. But it hurts me to see what you've been through. 60 whole years. Zhao Shuyue had spent 60 years, just to end up with this result. Feeling her nose sting, Zhao Shuyue reached out and hugged Ni Yang. Silly child, Grandma is okay, I am living well, there's nothing to feel sorry for. All my family died in the chaos of the old times. In a way, he is the only kin I have left in this world. With Grandma Zhao having said that, Ni Yang didn't feel it was her place to say much more. Some things, like a fish knows the warmth or coldness of the water, are known only to the individual. Mrs. Zhao, if his family ever dares to bully you or disrespect you again, just tell me. I'll stand up for you. Certainly, Zhao Shuyue nodded her head. The next day, the Lu family came early, not bringing Lu Qi this time, but just Lu Qinian, Jiu Wentong, and Lu Ru. Lu Ru came carrying 2 big bags of clothes, saying, "Auntie, look, these are clothes I bought for you. Please go in and try them on to see if they fit well." Okay, Zhao Shuyue took the clothes. With her conflicts resolved, Zhao Shuyue didn't feel the need to show any displeasure towards Lu Ru. Since it was the thoughtfulness of the child, she wouldn't refuse. Lu Ru exchanged a glance with Jiu Wentong, then continued, "Auntie, let me accompany you inside to change." It wasn't long before Lu Ru and Zhao Shuyue came out in the new clothes. Jiu Wentong said with a smile, "Xiaoru has a good eye, just look at how fitting these dresses are for sister." Lu Qinian nodded, "Indeed, they are very fitting." Zhao Shuyue continued, "Actually, you don't need to buy clothes for me. Yang also often buys me clothes, and I can't even wear them all." Upon mentioning Yang, Lu Qinian's lips twitched, then he continued, "Shuyue, did you give our family heirloom to Yang?" Zhao Shuyue nodded, "Yes, Yang and I have a connection, and since you neither take the heirloom with you at birth nor can you take it with you in death, it's better gifted to Yang." That old hag, she actually really gave that bracelet to Yang. I wonder if she also gave that treasure map to Yang. Lu Qinian continued, "That bracelet is our family's heirloom after all. How could you just casually give it away to an outsider?" Chapter 948. A Heartless and Ungrateful Wretch. Outsider. Zhao Shuyue looked up at Lu Qinian, her face showing a trace of indignation. Yang is not an outsider. Had it not been for Yang, she would have died long ago. In Zhao Shuyu's heart, Yang was definitely not an outsider. Yang held a much more important place than the entire Lu Qinian family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinian naturally felt uncomfortable. Not an outsider? What was Yang, if not an outsider? Could that girl Yang possibly be more important than their whole family? Bear in mind, their family was Zhao Shuyu's only kin in this world. What on earth was Zhao Shuyue thinking? What was Yang, anyway? Suppressing the anger within, Lu Qinian forced a smile and said, "My point is, after all, Yang bears the surname Anai, she's an outsider. Giving our family heirloom to her seems a bit inappropriate," Zhao Shuyue replied. "Yang is like my own granddaughter, possessions can't be carried with us in life or death, and I have a connection with Yang, so giving them to her couldn't be more fitting." Her own granddaughter? Lu Ru's face contorted with anger upon hearing this. She had treated Zhao Shuyue so well, yet Zhao Shuyue gave her nothing. That bracelet should have been hers. By what right did Yang steal what was hers? Could this cursed old hag not tell her own kin from outsiders anymore? With these words, Lu Qinian's expression changed subtly, and he said in a roundabout manner, "Still, an outsider is an outsider." Zhao Shuyue responded with a smile, "Outsider or not, in my heart, Yang is one of our own." Sometimes blood relatives are not as close as those outside the family. Besides, I now have no other relatives. According to Zhao Shuyu's words, was Lu Ru less significant than Yang, an outsider? She would rather give the bracelet to Yang than to Lu Ru. But that bracelet was the Lu family's heirloom. Zhao Shuyue had married into the family 60 years ago. She was a member of the Lu family. How could she give something from the Lu family to an outsider? Did she even consider her husband any more in her heart? Lu Qinian almost couldn't contain his anger, but he still tried to control his emotions. The current situation deemed the gold mine and the treasure map more important. He couldn't afford to fall out with Zhao Shuyue. The former Zhao Shuyue had been understanding, knowledgeable, and dignified. Why had she become like this now? She was just a stubborn, reclusive, peculiar old woman. She deserved to have been a widow for so many years. It was karma. Lu Qinian steered away from the subject. "Shuyue, you're getting on in years, and it's not good to be without someone to look after you. If you don't wish to come back with us for the time being, why not let Xiaoru stay with you? She may be young, but she has a filial heart and will surely take good care of you." Yang mustn't continue to be close to Zhao Shuyue. Otherwise, their family's treasure map would one day be swindled away by Yang. He needed to have Lu Ru step in first, to act preemptively and win the heart. Lu Ru promptly clung to Zhao Shuyu's arm. Yes, yes, let me stay to take care of you. Rest assured, I promise to be obedient, to honor you better than my own mother, and not to make you angry. No need, Zhao Shuyue waved her hand. I am very healthy and can look after myself. Plus, Yang visits me often, I will be fine. Yang. Again, Yang. Why couldn't she just leave them alone? Jiao Wentong narrowed his eyes, smiling. Sister, it's not good to trouble someone else so much. Let Xiaoru stay and take care of you. She gets along with you, and if you're willing, Hao Shan and I have discussed it. We can go through the adoption process in the next few days. After Lu Ru became Zhao Shuyu's daughter in the eyes of the law, she would naturally inherit everything from Zhao Shuyue. Zhao Shuyue had no children of her own in this life, and when the time came, Lu Ru would be her sole heir. Yang would have to stand aside. Jiao Wentang's calculations were resounding like a burst of rapid fire. Zhao Shuyue shook her head. I appreciate your sentiment, but at my age, what do I need a daughter for? Besides, that child Yang is like my own granddaughter to me. Having a daughter or not doesn't matter. She didn't count on a daughter to see her through old age and to provide for her end-of-life care. Zhao Shuyu's every other sentence involved Yang, and Jiao Wentong was taken aback, having not expected this reaction from her, much less her refusal. Chapter 949. A heartless and ungrateful villain. She was willing to adopt out her own daughter, who she had carried for 10 months, to Zhao Shuyue. Shouldn't Zhao Shuyue be grateful? It's not something anyone can easily decide, to adopt their daughter out to someone else. Lu Qinian was also stunned. Lu Ru was his treasured daughter. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bear to adopt Lu Ru out. Zhao Shuyue is really ungrateful. Could it be that she really wanted to keep all the good things for Yang? That isn't acceptable. Just then noise came from outside the door. Grandma Zhao. Yang is here. A smile appeared on Zhao Shuyu's face as she walked towards the door. She looked as if she were seeing a beloved relative. Even her expression when seeing Lu Ru was never this joyful. This showed how special Yang was in Zhao Shuyu's heart. Lu Qinian and Jiao Wentong exchanged glances, both seeing displeasure in each other's eyes. Yes, they both hated Yang. They were afraid Yang would take what rightfully belonged to them. This little girl, Yang, was unrelated to Zhao Shuyue. Why should she be so good to Zhao Shuyue? She was clearly aiming for Zhao Shuyu's possessions. It was disgraceful. At such a young age, she was already so scheming. Who knows how her family raised her? Hao Shan, what should we do? Jiao Wentong looked at Lu Qinian and asked in a low voice. Lu Qinian looked towards the door. Let's see how things unfold for now. Don't antagonize her. Jiao Wentong nodded. Zhao Shuyue welcomed her, and indeed, Yang had arrived. Yang was holding a big round watermelon in her arms. Grandma Zhao, this watermelon was grown by our family. It's also the first crop of the year, very sweet. My mom said you would definitely like it. Like all elderly people, Zhao Shuyue loved sweet things. So Yang often brought her pastries and fruits. Zhao Shuyue smiled and said, Yang, there are many people in your family, and I am alone. I can't eat such a big watermelon. You should take it back. As they spoke, they walked into the house. Yang placed the watermelon on the table. We picked a lot, giving you one still leaves us with 7 or 8. If you can't finish it, I can help you juice it. You can chill it in the well and drink it slowly. After finishing her sentence, Yang then noticed Lu Qinian and the others had arrived. Uncle and Auntie are here too. Yang greeted them proactively. Although she didn't particularly like Lu Qinian's family, they were still close with Zhao Shuyue, and she didn't want Zhao Shuyue to feel awkward by not greeting them. Jiao Wentong got up and laughing said, Yang, you are really filial, bringing such a big watermelon. If someone who didn't know any better saw this, they might think you are my big sister's own granddaughter. With that, she added meaningfully, I guess even her real granddaughter isn't as filial as you. The words carried a layer of sarcasm. As the saying goes, unsolicited favors indicate an ulterior motive. She was hinting that Yang had ulterior motives. If Zhao Shuyue was smart enough, she would definitely understand her meaning. Just afraid that old lady Zhao Shuyue was a fool. In fact, Zhao Shuiyue really didn't pick up on the hostility in Jiu Wentang's words. Because Anai Yang was all virtues in her heart. Hearing Jiu Wentang praising Anai Yang made her quite pleased. Anai Yang smiled faintly, her tone light. Auntie is joking. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional Chinese virtue. One should not be the type of heartless person who discards his wife and steals another's husband. If Jiu Wentang had kept a low profile, it might have been all right, but unfortunately, Jiu Wentang's words had thorns. Anai Yang was not one to suffer in silence. Whoever made her uncomfortable, she would return the favor. If she continued to swallow insults, the other party might think she was easy to bully. Zhao Shuiyue finally caught on to Jiu Wentang's sarcasm and felt somewhat displeased. Luckily, Anai Yang was quick-witted and fired back immediately. With that response, Jiu Wentang's face instantly changed. What a sharp-tongued little girl. To dare to say such things. Lu Qinian's expression also turned very unsightly. No matter what his shortcomings, it wasn't up to a little girl to criticize him. What was Anai Yang really? Did she really think that because Zhao Shuiyue liked her, she was truly Zhao Shuyu's granddaughter? As long as he was alive, that would never be possible. An outsider will always be an outsider. Chapter 950. A heartless and disloyal villain. Hey! What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ru stood up angrily. Anai Yang slightly raised her eyebrows and retorted, Isn't respecting the elderly and loving the young a traditional Chinese virtue? Isn't abandoning one's wife and snatching someone else's husband heartless? Am I making this up? You don't understand. My parents had their reasons. They are not heartless people. Lu Ru couldn't stand Anai Yang's sarcastic comments about her parents. Men, how many are not flirtatious? Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is quite normal. Besides, her dad did not have many women. He was involved with only 2 in total. And being born in troubled times, they were involuntary in their actions. Why did Anai Yang have to rub salt in the wounds? Was that satisfying? Anai Yang smiled faintly and spoke indifferently. Miss Lu, I didn't specifically name anyone. Why are you in such a hurry to take it personally? Throughout, she had not mentioned Jiu Wentang and Lu Qinian at all. It was Lu Ru who was in a hurry to take it personally. Stifled, Lu Ru's face turned red, overwhelmed with anger. Jiu Wentang turned to look at Lu Ru, his face wearing a smile, seemingly unaffected by Anai Yang's words. Yang is truly a clever girl, and so beautiful like a fairy. No wonder my sister likes you so much. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Unlike our Xiaoru here, honest and simple, clumsy as a bear. Honest and simple Lu Ru was no match for Anai Yang. Even if Anai Yang sold Lu Ru off, Lu Ru wouldn't know. Jiu Wentang's comment was still a hidden jab, potentially deeply wounding. Unfortunately, Anai Yang wore a coat of armor today and took Jiu Wentang's praise without hesitation. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. I think so too. Jiu Wentang choked. How could she respond to that? That wretched girl. She wanted to mock Anai Yang but ended up praising her instead. Jiu Wentang wished she could slap herself several times. Keep your mouth in check. Absolutely infuriating. Zhao Shuiyue suppressed the urge to laugh and came out from the inner room with a piece of pure white cloth and handed it to Anai Yang. Yang, I've repaired the embroidery you asked me to do. Is this all right? Though Zhao Shuiyue was old, her eyesight was still excellent. She often helped Anai Yang with embroidery and mending, and Anai Yang never refused Zhao Shuyu's assistance. She even frequently sought her help. Zhao Shuiyue, with her bound feet, couldn't do heavy chores, and being elderly, lacked the strength, so she mostly engaged in sewing and mending. Anai Yang didn't want Zhao Shuiyue to feel her life had lost its purpose. So she often sought Zhao Shuyu's help, allowing her to live a fuller life. And moderate embroidery, maintaining some mental activity, could also prevent dementia. Zhao Shuiyue was also happy to help Anai Yang. Only during embroidery did she truly enjoy life. Anai Yang looked at the embroidery and saw the lifelike stitches on the white cloth. The embroidery was exquisitely done. Zhao Shuiyue deserved her reputation as a maiden trained in an affluent household. Her embroidery skills were impeccable. Grandma Zhao, your embroidery is so beautiful. Anai Yang praised generously. Zhao Shuiyue smiled. Not at all, you just like to flatter me. Anai Yang said, It's truly beautiful. I couldn't learn this craft no matter how many times I tried. Under Zhou Wentang's eye signal, Lu Ru came over and said in surprise, "Auntie, at your age, why do you still do such handicraft work? It's so harmful to the eyes. Why don't you come back with us? I promise you won't have to do a thing. We'll treat you to the best of foods and take good care of you, allowing you to live a life like a fairy." Ni Yang was really heartless, using Zhao Shuyu's bracelets and spending Zhao Shuyu's money, yet still making Zhao Shuyue work for her. How could there be such shameless people as Ni Yang in this world? Lu Qinian stood up and said, "Xiaoru is right, this embroidery is too straining on the eyes, it's not suitable for you. Shuyue, you should come back with us. We have a nanny at home who can take care of you specially. Moreover, it's not convenient for you in the countryside. If you want to buy something, you have to go to town. We live in the city center now. You can buy whatever you want, eat whatever you want. Besides, the countryside is not as lively as the city. Later, let Xiaoru keep you company in Beijing city center, and then we can all go to Taiwan Island." Chapter 951. A Heartless and Ungrateful Wretch. _4. Bay Island is an island where it's spring all year round, and the scenery is picturesque. There are many fruits and seafood here that you can't find in Beijing. I think you'd definitely fall in love with the place. Lu Qinian had figured it out. This Ni Yang might have known about the village with the treasure map all along, which is why she deliberately got close to Zhao Shuyue, to win Zhao Shuyu's favor. What's most important now is to get Zhao Shuyue out of here as soon as possible, to leave Ni Yang, this person with ulterior motives, empty-handed. Zhao Shuyue didn't pick up on the hidden meaning in the father and daughter's words and said with a smile, "Although I'm getting on in years, I'm not blind. Embroidering a little flower is no big deal. No golden sand or silver nest compares to my own dog kennel. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in Jianghu village." No matter how good Bay Island may be, it's not the place that gave birth to her or raised her. She feels no attachment to that place, and has no desire to pine for it. When you get old, you just want to settle down to your roots, not to wander back and forth, drifting everywhere. Won't you be without anyone to take care of you if you stay here? Lu Qinian asked earnestly. Bay Island is really very nice, Shuyue. I couldn't follow you around when we were young, but I truly hope you'll give me a chance to make it up to you. Besides, we're husband and wife who have taken our wedding vows. Husband and wife are one body, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours, he said it with such artfulness. I don't need anyone to take care of me, Zhao Shuyue continued. Besides, I've gotten by just fine without you for 60 years. But what if you meet with some accident while you're alone? What then? Lu Qinian countered. Zhao Shuyue said with a smile. If something happens, there's still Yang. Don't look down on Yang for being young. Her medical skills are very good. How is it Ni Yang again? Lu Qinian was infuriated but couldn't show it. How can we always trouble comrade Ni Yang? After all, we are the real family. Family? Lu Qinian had abandoned Zhao Shuyue for 60 years, and now he had the nerve to say such a thing. Does he still want to have his cake and eat it too? Ni Yang responded indifferently. Uncle, rest assured, since I call Grandma Zhao Grandma, I don't consider her an outsider. As long as she is willing, I will take care of her until the end of her days. Ni Yang's words were meant to show Lu Qinian that Zhao Shuyue was not a poor, lonely old lady without anyone to rely on. If Zhao Shuyue really went with Lu Qinian, given the characters of Zhou Wentong and Lu Ru, would she have good days ahead? Not a chance. Hearing this, Zhao Shuyue looked at Ni Yang, her eyes slightly moist. The feeling of having younger generations to rely on was really wonderful. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she wouldn't have had such strong confidence to face Lu Qinian. At least, she wasn't alone now. Lu Qinian was choked up again. Take care of her until the end of her days? Why should Ni Yang take care of Zhao Shuyue until the end of her days? Does she have even a scent of relationship with Zhao Shuyue? She's clearly eyeing Zhao Shuyue's gold mine. Lu Qinian had lived a good half of his life but had never seen anyone as shameless as Ni Yang, managing to make greedy avarice sound so refined and noble. Zhao Shuyue is a fool to have been deceived by such a young girl. Such are her ways, yet she claims to be from a rich family. Truly, she's tarnished the Lu family's reputation completely. Noticing the uneasy atmosphere, Zhou Wentong smoothed things over with a smile. Big sister has lived here for so many years, it's normal for her to not want to leave for the time being. Don't worry, if you don't wish to return, we won't force you. Our family's door is always open to you, and you're welcome to return whenever you want. Zhou Wentong was a smart person. She knew not to push too hard at this moment. She was making a strategic retreat. After all, Zhao Shuiyue, that old hag, had in her hands a treasure map worth a fortune. She needed to coax Zhao Shuiyue for now. Once she got that treasure map, she would make Zhao Shuiyue regret her actions today. Zhao Shuiyue nodded in agreement. The 3 members of the Lu family stayed with Zhao Shuiyue for a long time, and when they left in the evening, they insisted on leaving Lu Ru to take care of Zhao Shuiyue. But she refused them. In the car, Zhou Wentong expressed her worries. How Shan, big sister seems to be rather guarded against us now. Lu Qinian sighed. Well, take it slow. Zhou Wentong was anxious. How could he not be? But what could be done in haste? With that, Lu Qinian added, in the future, let's come here every day. I refuse to believe Zhao Shuyu's heart is made of stone. It will warm up eventually. Chapter 952. A Heartless and Ungrateful Wretch. _5. Wentong nodded. Lu Ru frowned and said, Mom is really getting senile, even though we're her real family, yet she favors Anew so much. I spent the whole day talking to her, and she didn't even give me a single strand of her hair. And to think she gave our family heirloom to Anew. Wentong patted Lu Ru on the hand. Xiaoru, don't worry, Mom and Dad won't let anyone take your things. Getting the bracelet back was just a matter of time. As the car slowly moved along, Wentong suddenly caught sight of a very familiar figure while passing by a house. Wentong's pupils contracted. Was that Zhao Qing Grandma Zheng? Yes, it was her, no doubt. Why would Grandma Zheng be here? Wentong clenched her fists. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Ru, noticing that Wentong seemed a bit off, asked with concern. Wentong smiled and looked away. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly remembered something about your brother. He's not young anymore and he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Lu Ru laughed. So Mom wants to hold a grandchild. It's not just your mom, I want to hold a grandchild too, Lu Qinian added. But that's not urgent right now, let's first deal with the matters at hand. Wentong nodded. All the way, Wentong was restless. Why was Grandma Zheng here? She hadn't forgotten that Grandma Zhang was the indirect murderer who killed Dr. Jiang and Zhang Lingling. Zhang Xianjing was still in prison, and Wentong had thought about visiting several times, but she couldn't find a proper reason. She had no relation to Xianjing. Visiting would only raise suspicions. Yet, if she didn't go, she would be restless. After all, Xianjing was the only bloodline Lingling had left in this world. After returning, Wentong had someone investigate Grandma Zhang. The response she got was that Grandma Zhang had moved from the city to her daughter's house in the countryside. Could it be that the house she had just passed was Grandma Zhang's daughter's? Wentong sat in front of the dressing table with her eyebrows tightly furrowed. What's wrong, Wentong? Lu Qinian asked as he came out of the bathroom after his shower. Wentong shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried that we might be fooled by Anew and she might have already gotten her hands on the treasure map before us, especially since she's already been given our family's heirloom bracelet. That shouldn't be the case, Lu Qinian replied. The stuff in that gold mine is worth a fortune. If Anew had already gotten the treasure map, she wouldn't still be living in the countryside. She would have likely moved to the city by now. A place in the countryside with underdeveloped transport and lacking everything. Why would Anew stay in the village if she had the means to move? Wentong nodded. That makes sense. Deming Xian. After using the Ice Skin Jade product for 5 straight days, the condition of Du Jiaojiu's skin had improved unbelievably. The acne was gone, the skin was no longer dry, and while it hadn't yet reached the smoothness of a freshly peeled egg, it was no longer peeling like it was before, a night and day difference from her previous skin condition. She believed that if she used it for a few more days, her skin would be radiantly moist. Jiao Jiao looked at herself in the mirror, delighted, and started to ferociously kiss the Ice Skin Jade product's packaging. This was incredible. From now on, she no longer needed to plaster layers of foundation on her face. When Li Yao visited Jiao Jiao at noon, she was also a little shocked. Jiao Jiao, what skincare product have you been using? Your skin has recovered so quickly, and even the acne is gone. And, maybe it was just her imagination, But Li Yao felt like Jiao Jiao seemed to have become much fairer than before. What skincare product could be this effective? Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "It's the Ice Skin Jade product that the beautiful lady gave me. I didn't expect the effects to be this good at first." Li Yao was somewhat incredulous. "Really? The set of domestic skincare that the beautiful lady gave you on your birthday?" At that time, the most famous domestic skincare product was the Snowflake Cream from Shanghai. But Snowflake Cream didn't have such effects. The Ice Skin Jade product wasn't even half as famous as Snowflake Cream. Could its effects really be that impressive? It was incredible. Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, the one from my birthday." Li Yao remained skeptical. "Jiao Jiao, are you sure you haven't used any other skincare products these past few days?" "I haven't," Jiao Jiao replied. "I specifically didn't use anything else to see if the Ice Skin Jade product was really as good as the beautiful lady said. And indeed she was right. It's downright magical." Chapter 953. A Heartless and Ungrateful Wretch. _6. Du Jiaojiao was now regretting not heeding Ni Yang's advice sooner. "Bring over that set of skincare products the beauty sent you, and let me take a look," Li Yao continued. "Sure thing." Du Jiaojiao quickly ran back to her room and brought over the Ice Muscle Jade Skin set. Li Yao took the Ice Muscle Jade Skin, studying it carefully. First of all, the aesthetics of these bottles and jars were quite impressive. They looked refreshing and smelled nice. There wasn't any of that irritating odor. "You should call the beauty and ask where she bought these. I want to get a set too." Seeing the great results on Du Jiaojiao, it was impossible not to be moved. Li Yao was a doctor, and she could tell that these skincare products didn't contain any of those messy harmful substances. They might actually be useful. But I don't know the Bowtie's home phone number. Just then, Grandfather Du happened to walk in, and Li Yao whispered, "Maybe you could ask Grandfather Du?" Li Yao felt a kind of inexplicable fear towards Grandfather Du, so she didn't dare to ask him herself. Just as Du Jiaojiao was about to say that Grandfather Du definitely wouldn't know Ni Yang's home number, she swallowed her words and looked up. "Third brother, what's the Bowtie's phone number?" "Beauty." Grandfather Du was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, you mean Yang Yang," Du Jiaojiao explained. So it was Ni Yang. The nickname was rather fitting. "Do you need her for something?" Grandfather Du asked. Du Jiaojiao explained the situation with the Ice Muscle Jade Skin, and then Grandfather Du effortlessly rattled off a string of numbers. Du Jiaojiao was stunned. So Grandfather Du knew Ni Yang's home phone number. That was truly surprising. After getting Ni Yang's number, Du Jiaojiao hurriedly made the call. "Beauty, that Ice Muscle Jade Skin you gave me last time is incredibly good. By the way, where is the store that sells Ice Muscle Jade Skin located?" "Don't mention it, you can find the Ice Muscle Jade Skin store in the department store, but..." Ni Yang didn't finish her sentence before Du Jiaojiao interrupted her. Okay, thank you so much, Yang Yang. We're going to buy some now." After the call ended, Du Jiaojiao dragged Li Yao out the door. Ni Yang looked at the hung-up phone, sighed helplessly. She had wanted to tell Du Jiaojiao that the limited edition Ice Muscle Jade Skin wasn't necessarily available at the department store, but Du Jiaojiao had hung up too quickly. Wanting to prevent Du Jiaojiao from making a fruitless trip, Ni Yang dialed again. The phone was quickly answered. "Sister Jiaojiao, you hung up too fast." "It's me." A man's voice came through. It was as gentle as the spring breeze. Ni Yang was startled, then realized. "Is that you, Big Brother Du? Where is Sister Jiaojiao?" Grandfather Du glanced toward the door. "She's gone out." "That fast?" Ni Yang was surprised, then said, "Then please, can you pass on a message for me?" Meanwhile, Du Jiaojiao and Li Yao discovered just how precious the Ice Muscle Jade Skin set was once they arrived at the actual store. Not only did they need a membership card, but they also had to make a reservation months in advance. Otherwise, it was impossible to buy. Each store only had a few dozen sets available each month. Li Yao was extremely disappointed, but luckily, the salesperson recommended a few other Ice Muscle Jade Skin products that weren't limited editions. On the way back, Li Yao was downcast. With just over 10 days left before she left Beijing, where could she wait for 10 more days? If only there were Ice Muscle Jade Skin stores in Shen City. Why were all the good things in Beijing? Du Jiaojiao comforted her. "Don't worry, Li Yao. I'll still be accompanying my third brother here for over half a year. When the time comes, I will send it to you. Li Yao replied weakly, that is if you can get it. Now Du Jiaojiao was at a loss for words and sighed, I don't know how the beauty managed to get them. She's truly amazing. The two returned to Deming Pavilion, dejected. Grandfather Du sat on the sofa reading Buddhist scriptures, and without looking up when they arrived, he asked, didn't get it? Right. Du Jiaojiao nodded. Grandfather Du then said, Anna Yang called right after you left. She told me to tell you that the limited edition Ice Muscle Jade Skin set is hard to get, but if you want it, she can bring one set for you. Really? Du Jiaojiao suddenly got excited. Li Yao's eyes lit up too. Grandfather Du nodded. Du Jiaojiao exclaimed, the beauty is really a beauty, with such wide connections. She can get anything. It looks like I won't have to worry about running out of Ice Muscle Jade Skin. Li Yao followed up, Jiaojiao, I'm going back to Shin City soon. Could you call and ask the beauty if she can bring a few more sets? I'm willing to pay double the price. Such a great product would make a perfect gift. Those wealthy ladies, none of them don't care about beauty. A set of precious skincare products could win over people's hearts. Du Jiaojiao nodded, okay, I'll go now. During this time, the Lu family practically visited Zhao Shuyu's house every day. But no matter what Lu Qinian said, Zhao Shuyue wouldn't agree to leave Jinghua village, nor would she allow Lu Ru to stay and take care of her. For a while, Lu Qinian became anxious, and Zhou Wentong was too. Zhao Shuyue was like a stone in a dung pit. Stinky and hard, impervious to soft and hard tactics. Lu Qinian sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, Shuyue, you're also at this age. We have been husband and wife for a lifetime, would I harm you? There's no need for you to be so guarded against me. From the moment you married me, you became a member of the Lu family, and after you pass on, you're meant to be laid to rest in our Lu family's ancestral grave. After he finished speaking, Lu Qinian continued, Shuyue, we are family now, so let's not speak in terms of two households. You can't always rely on outsiders, and I remember our father once said that our ancestors, during the Kangxi Emperor's reign, secretly buried a stash of gold bars and treasured items, leaving behind a treasure map. Is that map with you now? Treasure map? Zhao Shuyu's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to look at Lu Qinian, incredulous. You're here for the treasure map? No. Lu Qinian shook his head in denial. Of course not. In your eyes, am I that kind of heartless villain? I'm here to make amends. I'm just curious about the treasure map. I just asked casually. After all, we are family. Is there any secret among family? Chapter 954. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. Lu Qinian used to be honest and loyal. Otherwise, the old master of the Zhao family would not have trusted to take him as his son-in-law. Zhao Shuyu's impression of Lu Qinian remained from 60 years ago. But after 60 years, the handsome and dashing young man had turned into an old man with white hair. Who knew what kind of heart lay hidden beneath his belly? She had changed from Zhao Shuyue to Lu Zhao's wife, and then back to Zhao Shuyue. It was a perfect example. Everything was changing, including people's hearts. Upon hearing this, she smiled and said, What treasure map? It's all just rumors. Our ancestors never buried any gold. How could there be none? Lu Qinian exclaimed in surprise. I clearly heard our father mention it. Shuyue were family. Are you still hiding it from me? The ancestors of the Zhao family were originally wealthy landlords. Keeping a batch of gold was very normal. And this fact came from the old master himself. How could it be false? Now Zhao Shuyue obviously did not consider him one of her own. There really isn't any. Zhao Shuyue retorted. If there were any gold mines, would I be living such a desolate life? This. Lu Qinian choked, knowing that Zhao Shuyue was testing him. He decided not to say any more and simply stated, Shuyue, wealth and possessions are external things. You can't take it with you when you're born or when you die. I'm just worried about your age now. If something happens one day, do you intend to take these secrets to the grave? After saying this, Lu Qinian continued, When I got married into the Zhao family, I became a Zhao family member. I've thought it through if you agree, after I adopt Xiaoru to you and let her take your surname. In any case, the Zhao line must not end with us. Shuyue, what do you think? In Lu Qinian's view, there was no such thing as being married into a family. Zhao Shuyue married him and should follow him regardless of life or death. Isn't Zhao Shuiyue considered a member of the Lu family? But now, Zhao Shuiyue held a treasure map, and if he didn't lower his stance a bit, Zhao Shuiyue would not trust him. With no other choice, he could only painfully allow Xiaoru to change her surname first. Once Zhao Shuiyue took out the treasure map, Zaira's surname, whatever it should be, would still be needed. Zhao Shuiyue was a woman who emerged from an old era. She valued family legacy above everything else. If the Zhao line ended with Zhao Shuiyue, then she would be considered a sinner. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuyu's expression changed. Are you really willing to let Xiaoru change her surname? Of course. Lu Qinian nodded. Would Wentong agree to it? Asked Zhao Shuiyue. At this moment, Zhao Shuiyue was somewhat swayed. In her life, she had neither children nor other surviving family members. If Lu Qinian agreed to let Xiaoru change her surname, then after 100 years, she could also reconcile with her ancestors. Seeing Zhao Shuiyue like this, Lu Qinian probably had an idea and added, Wentong is a good woman, since she agreed to adopt Xiaoru to you, she will definitely agree to letting Xiaoru change her surname. Today Jiao Wentong and Xiaoru did not come together. Zhao Shuiyue then said, then you go back and discuss it with Wentong and the others? All right, Lu Qinian nodded. Then Shuiyue, you just wait for my good news at home. That night, Lu Qinian went back and discussed the matter with Jiao Wentong. Jiao Wentong understandingly said, Xiaoru is your daughter, you have no objections, what objections could I have? Qinian, you are the head of our family. You decide on these matters, what do I, a mere housewife, know? Jiao Wentong greatly satisfied Lu Qinian's male pride. Wentong, you really are understanding. Lu Qinian put his arm around Jiao Wentong's shoulders. Luckily, heavens let me meet you. Zhao Shuiyue is just a rock in a privy pit. He and Zhao Shuiyue were married, and her things should naturally belong to him. Yet Zhao Shuiyue insisted on using the treasure map to trouble him. Adopting Xiaoru to her was not enough. She even wanted Xiaoru to change her surname. Having sighed in relief, Lu Qinian also harbored resentment. Why should his daughter take Zhao Shuyu's surname? Jiao Wentong continued, so will our Xiaoru be named Zhao from now on? Impossible. Lu Qinian flatly denied. Xiaoru is my daughter. The Zhao family is doomed to end. Once we get the treasure map, Xiaoru will immediately change her surname back. Chapter 955. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. _2. Jiao Wentong nodded. Let's go and discuss this matter with Xiaoru. Okay. The two headed to Lu Ru's room where she was applying nail polish. I don't mind changing my last name. I'm already a Zhao, so shouldn't the Zhao family's heirloom be inherited by me? Lu Ru adored that bracelet ever since she first saw it. That bracelet was made of top-grade turquoise, warm in winter and cool in summer, and it could ward off evil spirits. And it had been passed down since the Song dynasty. Precious indeed. And Ai Yang was just a mere village girl. How could she possibly be worthy of it? Only someone of her noble status deserves such a treasure. Hearing this, Jiao Wentong looked up at Lu Qinian. Lu Qinian smiled and said, since it's a family heirloom, naturally it should be inherited by the rightful heir. Tomorrow, let's go to Jinghua village, and you can tell her in person. If Zhao Shuiyue wanted Lu Ru to change her surname, she naturally had to show some sincerity. Besides, that bracelet was originally their family's heirloom. Okay, Lu Ru nodded. The next morning upon hearing this news, Lu Qi asked somewhat uncertainly, Mom, Dad, are you really agreeing to let Xiaoru change her surname? Lu Qi was still in the dark about the treasure map. He always thought that Lu Qinian truly felt guilty towards Zhao Shuiyue, and that's why he wanted to make it up to her. Lu Ru was the daughter treasured by her parents, and Lu Qi always felt something was unrealistic about this situation. Lu Qinian nodded. Yes, when I was young, I wronged your aunt. It's only right that I treat her better now. Her only regret now is that she doesn't have children, and she's already of such an age. I don't want her to live with that regret. Lu Qinian's words were noble and impressive. As a father, of course, he had to set a good example for his son. Lu Qi was different from Lu Ru. Lu Qi had too strong a sense of justice and was too honest. He spoke and acted without considering the consequences, and would confront anyone he believed to be wrong, regardless of their status. A typical case of high IQ but low emotional intelligence, inept at socializing. If he knew that all this was for Zhao Shuyu's gold mine, he might not even acknowledge his own father. Thus, Lu Qinian couldn't let Lu Qi know the inside story. He had to continue portraying the image of a good father, a good man, a good husband in front of Lu Qi. Lu Qi nodded. Dad, Aunt has suffered all her life. It's only right for you to treat her better. By the way, didn't you say last time that you wanted to bring her to live with us? Lu Qinian sighed helplessly. Your aunt doesn't want to come. She's still holding a grudge. Lu Qi took a sip of water from his cup. After all, Aunt has been waiting for you for over 60 years. Anyone would feel resentful. People like my aunt are rare nowadays. Don't rush, some things take time. In today's society, how many women would wait for a man, for a whole 60 years without marrying anyone else? It's simply impossible. One can hardly imagine what Zhao Shuyue has endured over these 60 years. Although Zhao Shuyue is a woman, she values loyalty more than most men do. So, Lu Qi truly admires Zhao Shuyue. Lu Qinian patted Lu Qi's shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Qi nodded. In the afternoon, Lu Qinian, Jiao Wentong, and Lu Ru went to Jinghua village together. Lu Ru held a wrapped package in her hand. Aunt, I made these pastries myself, please have a taste. Xiaoru, it's thoughtful of you. Zhao Shuyue took the package, pulled out a piece of osmanthus cake, and tasted it. Xiaoru, your cooking is really good. The osmanthus cake was indeed soft, glutinous, and sweet. Someone like Lu Ru, a delicate young lady who hardly dips her fingers in spring water, wouldn't know how to make osmanthus cake. It was bought on the way. Lu Ru humbly said, It's not as good as you say, Aunt. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. After eating a piece of osmanthus cake, Zhao Shuyue continued, Xiaoru, have your parents already talked to you about that matter? Yes, Lu Ru nodded. What do you think? Zhao Shuyue straightened her expression, not wanting to force Zhao Shuyue into anything uncomfortable. Lu Ru smiled. Aunt, I've said before I will treat you like my own mother. Whether my last name is Lu or Zhao, it makes no difference to me. It's all up to you to decide. Chapter 956. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. _3. Okay, Zhao Shuyue nodded, musing inwardly that Lu Ru indeed was a sensible child. Lu Qinian seized the moment. Then let's take care of this matter early. Shuyue, where is your household registration book? Wentong gave Lu Ru a cue with his eyes. Lu Ru continued, But Big Aunt, I have a small request. Speak. Zhao Shuyue looked at Lu Ru. Lu Ru proceeded, Big Aunt, once I become your daughter, shouldn't you pass the family heirloom to me? It makes no sense to give the heirloom to a stranger. In any case, Ni Yang had no qualifications or reason to take that bracelet. Family heirloom? Zhao Shuyue was initially stunned, then realized that Lu Ru was here for the bracelet. You mean that bracelet? Zhao Shuyue asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Ru hurriedly nodded. That bracelet, Big Aunt, it's our family's heirloom. It should never fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhao Shuyue nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you. A stranger indeed has no right to my bracelet. Speaking of which, there's also the treasure map. She paused deliberately at this point. Hearing the words treasure map, Lu Qinian's eyes lit up with excitement. He had always known the treasure map existed. Wentong was also very excited. I'll give you the treasure map too, Zhao Shuyue continued. I'm old anyway, and I can't take these things with me. Are you serious? You'll really give Xiaoru the treasure map? Lu Qinian asked impatiently. Zhao Shuyue nodded. I'll give it, Xiaoru is my only daughter after all. Who else would I give it to? Wentong could hardly believe it. Big sister, are you joking? This cunning old woman, she's finally come around? It felt somewhat surreal. Zhao Shuyue said with a smile. We're all family here. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. If I don't leave it to Xiaoru, who else would I leave it to? I certainly can't take it with me when I die and be buried with it. Oh, Shuyue, it's great that you see it that way, Lu Qinian eagerly said. By the way, where is the treasure map? Since you're going to give it to Xiaoru eventually, why not bring it out now? Treasure map. Finally, they could get their hands on the treasure map, making their whole trek from Bay Island to Beijing worthwhile. Yes, yes, Big Aunt. Please bring it out now so I can experience it for myself. Lu Ru was too excited, not believing how easily she had managed to persuade Zhao Shuiyue. This crafty old lady wasn't as clever as she'd imagined. Zhao Shuiyue said with a smile, "Okay, don't hurry, I'll go fetch it." With these words, Zhao Shuiyue turned and walked towards the inner room. Lu Ru stood up. "Big Aunt, let me come with you." Wentong interjected, "You child, why still call her Big Aunt? You should be calling her Mom now." Yes, Mom, let me come with you," Lu Ru immediately corrected herself. "No need," Zhao Shuiyue turned her head. "Just wait here for me." Lu Ru sat back down and whispered, "Dad, can we return to Bay Island once we get the treasure map?" "Yes," Lu Qinian nodded. Wentong said with a smile, "What about that bracelet? Don't you want it any more?" Lu Ru replied, "Of course I do. Once that old lady brings out the treasure map, I'll have her take me to Anew to get the bracelet back." Wentong nodded. In a few moments, Zhao Shuiyue, with both hands behind her back, emerged from the inner room. Lu Qinian suppressed his excitement. "Shuiyue, you're here? Where's the treasure map?" "Don't rush, I've got it." Zhao Shuiyue walked over with a smile, her right hand moving leisurely from behind. Lu Qinian was transfixed, his gaze unblinkingly fixed on Zhao Shuyu's hand. It was the treasure map. It had to be the treasure map in Zhao Shuyu's hand. He had finally seen the treasure map. Soon, he would possess a vast fortune. Lu Qinian was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. Beside him, Wentong and Lu Ru also watched Zhao Shuiyue intently. Just then, bang! A flash of cold light, and a cleaver slammed down hard on the table. The room fell eerily silent in an instant. None of the three present had expected that Zhao Shuiyue would be holding a cleaver. Zhao Shuiyue, putting all her strength into it, forcefully chopped the cleaver down on the table, her cold eyes fixed on the family of three across from her. Chapter 957. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. _4. Lu Qinian's face subtly changed, and a sudden ominous feeling rose in his heart, his mouth twitching into a stiff smile. "Shuiyue, what kind of joke is this? Why bring out a knife all of a sudden?" Jiao Wentong quickly caught on, smiling as he tried to smooth things over. "Exactly, big sister, what kind of joke is this?" "Lu Qinian, do you really think I, Zhao Shuiyue, am a fool?" Zhao Shuiyue looked at Lu Qinian. "You and your family can get out. Get out right now." Since Lu Qinian spoke of the treasure map yesterday, Zhao Shuiyue knew he hadn't come to Beijing out of any remorse. From beginning to end, it was all for that gold mine. If it wasn't for that gold mine, Lu Qinian probably wouldn't even remember her name. Zhao Shuiyue was no fool. To see this family's true colors, she had played along with them, only to find they indeed came for the treasure map. What utter shamelessness! Her 60 years of waiting, watching over mere ingrates. It was almost laughable. "Shuiyue, you must be misunderstanding something?" Lu Qinian tried to calm himself. I can explain. What actually is going on with this Zhao Shuiyue? How could her demeanor change so suddenly? She was nothing like the understanding Zhao family's fourth miss from back then. No need for explanations. Just leave. Zhao Shuiyue picked up the kitchen knife, pointing it towards the door. Lu Ru swallowed hard. "Mom, please calm down." Zhao Shuiyue turned to look at Lu Ru. "You should look at yourself in the mirror. With what weight do you claim to be my daughter, Zhao Shuiyue?" At a time like this, Lu Ru dared to shamelessly call her mother. It was truly the craftsmanship of Lu Qinian's nurturing. How had she failed to see their true nature earlier? "Big sister." Jiao Wentong spoke up. Zhao Shuiyue looked at Jiao Wentong. "I have 3 older brothers and 1 younger brother. Since when did I get a younger sister?" Jiao Wentong, "What right do you have to call me big sister?" Jiao Wentong turned pale. "Zhao Shuiyue, what exactly do you want? Wentong genuinely cares for you. Don't be so ungrateful." Lu Qinian erupted with anger. If it were another woman, who else could compare to Jiao Wentang's magnanimity in voluntarily addressing Zhao Shuiyue as a big sister? Zhao Shuiyue was truly pushing her luck. She truly knew nothing of gratitude. Enduring the insults hurled at Jiao Wentong by Zhao Shuiyue was something Lu Qinian couldn't tolerate. Nor did he wish to see Jiao Wentong humiliated in front of Zhao Shuiyue any longer. Ungrateful was she? Hearing this, Zhao Shuyue wore a self-mocking expression, pointing towards the door. Get out! Get out of my sight this instant! Lu Qinian, let me be honest with you. Our family ancestors indeed hid a stash of gold. Not just gold but also many precious silks and exotic treasures. The treasure map is here with me, but you will never lay your hands on this map. I'd rather burn it, throw it away, or feed it to stray dogs than let a villain like you have it. Lu Qinian wanted that treasure map, didn't he? She would let him taste the torment of desire unfulfilled. Hearing this, Lu Qinian felt terrible. He had known that Zhao Shuyue definitely possessed the treasure map. That damned old hag. She was doing this on purpose. She had purposely set a trap for him. She had purposely made him suffer. And to think she didn't care at all about their past affection as husband and wife. Lu Qinian wanted to rage, but faced with the treasure map, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. Shuyue, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. My words were reckless, unintended. Wentong is a good woman, please don't speak like this about her. Jiao Wentong immediately cried out. Big sister, I've already told you if you're bothered by me, I can divorce Haoshan. I don't want anything. I just want you two to be happy. The couple played their roles well, almost convincingly. If it had been before, Zhao Shuyue might have believed them. But now, not anymore. Lu Qinian continued. There's a saying, a day of marriage endures 100 days of grace. Shuyue, we were a loving couple for 2 years, after all. I genuinely want to make it up to you, to adopt Xiaoru as your daughter. Don't you hold any affection for our past at all? Lu Qinian was 2 years older than Zhao Shuyue. She was 16 when they married, and they separated when Zhao Shuyue was 18. Zhao Shuyue and Lu Qinian had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. Chapter 958. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. _5. What a pity. It could never go back to how it was. Now, the person before her eyes was no longer the bedfellow of the past. Now, when mentioning the past, Zhao Shuyue could only feel irony and ridicule. Don't bring up the past with me, Lu Qinian. You don't deserve it. My father was blind to save you from the snow all those years ago. Old Master Zhao should have let Lu Qinian freeze to death in the snow back then. Shuyue, Lu Qinian sighed, his expression one of pain and helplessness. I wronged you in the past, what do I have to do for you to forgive me? Get lost. Get out of here now. Zhao Shuyue tightened her grip on the kitchen knife in her hand. If you don't get lost, watch out, I won't be polite. Lu Qinian. I'm staking everything today. I'm ready to fight you with my life. Zhao Shuyue was serious, and Lu Qinian narrowed his eyes before saying, all right, we're leaving. Shuyue, don't get agitated, don't get angry, it's bad for your health. In this situation, one mustn't act recklessly. One needed to think of a foolproof plan. With those words, Lu Qinian left with Jiao Wentong and Lu Ru. Unfortunately, when it rains, it pours. The car stopped working just as they reached the entrance of the village. Lu Qinian got out to check. It seems like the engine has stalled due to carbon buildup. Jiao Wentong got out of the car as well. Can we start it again? Lu Qinian shook his head. What should we do then? Jiao Wentong was a little anxious. Lu Qinian continued, first, let's make a phone call, have someone come over to fix it. On the way here, I saw telephone poles by the road. Surely someone in the village must have a phone at home. In those days, not many families had a phone installed, and finding out which home had a phone was simple. Just follow the telephone poles. Naturally, it was up to the women to knock on doors, so Jiao Wentong went to a house with a telephone to knock. The door opened quickly. The door was opened by a beautiful young woman in her 30s or 40s, with a strangely familiar feeling to her. Jiao Wentong squinted her eyes and smiled. Miss, may I use your phone please? As Jiao Wentong felt the familiarity, Anai Tsuehua also felt that Jiao Wentong looked familiar. Who is this? Why did she feel like she had seen her somewhere before? Anai Tsuehua hesitated for a moment, then said, come in. Thank you. Jiao Wentong expressed her gratitude. Once inside the courtyard, Jiao Wentong was taken aback, not expecting a seemingly ordinary rural courtyard to hide such wonder. There was a telephone in the living room. Go ahead. Jiao Wentong thanked her again, picked up the phone, and as she lifted the receiver, her light red sleeve slid down her wrist due to her movement, revealing a brown scar on her fair skin, as if bitten by something. Anew Tsuehua frowned slightly, feeling a headache at the back of her head. Why did she find this scar so strange? It didn't take long for Jiao Wentong to make the call. "Miss, thank you so much. How much is the phone bill?"
"I'll pay you."
Anew Tsuehua smiled and said, "Everyone faces difficulties away from home. You didn't even make a minute's call. There's no need to pay."
"Is there a guest at home?"
Old Lady Jiang came in with little Anew Yun from the outside. Anew Tsuehua said, "This elder sister's car broke down at the entrance of our village, so she came to use our phone."
Old Lady Jiang nodded. "I see."
But looking up, she found the person strangely familiar.
"Is this
a young version of Dr. Jiang?" Old Lady Jiang was stunned. Jiao Wentong was also shocked. She hadn't expected to accidentally stumble into Old Lady Jiang's home. Could this person be Old Lady Jiang's daughter from the countryside? No wonder she always felt Anew Tsuehua was so familiar. Jiao Wentong didn't want to stay any longer. Suppressing the panic in her heart, she smiled and said, "Miss, thank you. My husband and child are still waiting for me there, so I'd better leave now."
"All right,"
Anew Tsuehua nodded. After Jiao Wentong left, Old Lady Jiang said, "Ting Ting, don't you think that young lady looks especially like someone?" Anew Tsuehua replied, "I also think she looks very familiar, just can't place where I've seen her." Old Lady Jiang continued, "She looks like Dr. Jiang." With that said, it suddenly dawned on Anew Tsuehua.
Right.
"Mom, you're right, she does indeed look like Dr. Jiang. Even the eyes are exactly the same." Chapter 959. True Colors. Extremely disgusting. _6. Anew Tsuehua found it strange again. When she first saw Dr. Jiang, she felt a sense of familiarity, and now seeing Jiao Wentong, she felt even more familiar with him. What was the connection between these two people? Moreover, the feeling of familiarity that Jiao Wentong evoked in her seemed even stronger. It was as if something in her mind was on the brink of bursting forth. Very strange. Why would that be? "Mom, does Dr. Jiang have any other siblings?" Anew Tsuehua turned and asked. Madame Jiang said, "I think there's an older brother. I haven't heard about a younger sister." Could it be? Although Anew Tsuehua didn't finish her sentence, Madame Jiang already understood her meaning. "You mean to say, could she be Dr. Jiang's daughter?" Anew Tsuehua nodded. Madame Jiang frowned slightly. "Jiang Yan is a very scheming person. It's hard to say for sure with her. It seems I'll need to have someone look into this." It was odd, but ever since she met Jiao Wentong, Madame Jiang felt unsettled. Having returned to Lu Qinian's side, Jiao Wentong was breaking out in sweat again and again. The Zhang family held significant power in Beijing, and since they had come from Taiwan Island, they were currently unable to challenge the Zhang family. If Madame Jiang discovered that matter, everything would be over. Had he known this would happen, he should have let Lu Ru make the phone call. Such an unnecessary trouble brought upon himself. Truly bad luck. "Mom, are you very hot? Why are you sweating so much?" Lu Ru approached Jiao Wentong and asked curiously. Although it was summer, the bamboo groves on either side of the road brought cool breezes, making it not feel hot at all, but Jiao Wentong kept perspiring. Jiao Wentong wiped off her sweat. "Mom just walked over from there, how could I not be hot?" "Let me fan you then," Lu Ru said, and began to fan Jiao Wentong with her hand. Soon enough, the repair person arrived. When Anew Yang returned home, she happened to see Jiao Wentong and the others fixing their car. She pretended not to see them and rode away on her bicycle. Back home, Madame Jiang mentioned seeing someone who looked very much like Dr. Jiang. Anew Yang said, "Grandma, are you talking about Jiao Wentong?" Madame Jiang was startled. Same surname as Jiang? Could it be that Jiao Wentong really had some connection to Dr. Jiang? Anew Yang clarified, "It's the Jiang character with the 3 water radicals." Madame Jiang nodded. "I see. Grandma." Anew Yang suddenly became more serious. "Go on, Yang," said Madame Jiang. Anew Yang continued, "I think she might be Dr. Jiang's sister, Jiangji." Although the information they found claimed that Jiangji was dead, Anew Yang always felt that there was more to the story. Does Jiang Yan have a sister? Madame Jiang found it strange, as she had never heard Dr. Jiang mention having a sister. Anew recounted the matter of Jianghu to Madame Zheng, and also mentioned the relationship between Zhao Shuyue and Jiu Wentong. Upon hearing this, both Madame Zheng and Anew were surprised. "So she's the woman that faithless man remarried?" said Anew. Anew nodded. "Yes." Anew continued. "No wonder I felt something was off about her. I wish I had never lent her my phone." Anew was filled with regret. At the Liu family mansion, Liu Qinian was furious. "What should we do, Dad? Now Auntie doesn't want me as her daughter anymore. You have to think of something quickly." Lu Ru was aching for that bracelet. That bracelet was rightfully hers. Liu Qinian said, "Xiaoru, don't worry, Dad is thinking of a solution." Jiu Wentong sighed. "Forget it, Haoshan, let's go back to Taiwan Island. You saw how Big Sister acted today. She won't give us the treasure map. Staying here, she always felt uneasy. She couldn't stay any longer." Liu Qinian couldn't believe it. "Wentong, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't go back unless I get the treasure map." Liu Qinian could wait, but she couldn't. Jiu Wentong narrowed her eyes, a plan forming in her mind, then said, "Haoshan, I do have a method." "Speak." Jiu Wentong poured a cup of tea for Liu Qinian. "Since Big Sister is unwilling to come, then let's invite her over." "Invite? Haven't we already invited her?" Liu Qinian retorted. The problem was, Zhao Shuyue simply didn't want to come. Jiang Yan smiled, took a sip of tea and continued, "This invite is not the same as that invite. Since Big Sister won't eat the good wine, we'll have to invite her to drink punishment wine. We have already torn our facades with her anyway." Liu Qinian narrowed his eyes. "Wentong, what do you mean?" Jiang Yan said with a smile, "Haoshan, do you know how criminals were interrogated in ancient prison cells? When the time comes, there will be ways to make her talk." Liu Qinian immediately understood Jiang Yan's implication. They could abduct Zhao Shuyue and keep her under house arrest. Then if she was still stubborn, they could use some small tricks. Moreover, Zhao Shuyue didn't have any children. Even if she disappeared, probably no one would care. "So when shall we go?" Liu Qinian continued to ask. Jiang Yan said, "It's too visible in daylight, not good for actions, let's do it tonight." Zhao Shuyue, a lonely old widow, would be very easy to take from Jianghu village. They had to act swiftly and decisively. "Good." Liu Qinian nodded. "Let's do it this way. Wentong, let's take action tonight." "I'm going too." Lu Ru was quite excited. For such actions, outsiders naturally couldn't be brought along. Only their own people could be trusted. Liu Qinian said, "Good, Xiaoru will also go, but we mustn't let your brother find out about this." Lu Ru then said, "But at home my brother always sees her. What if she talks nonsense when the time comes?" Jiang Yan smiled. "That's easy to handle. Just say she has a mental illness. Your brother is simple-minded. He won't suspect a thing. Who would take the nonsense of a mentally ill person seriously?" After solidifying the plan, Jiang Yan began preparing for it. As the moon rose over the willow tips, a sedan quietly left the mansion. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, absolutely quiet. At midnight, in an era without internet, was the prime time for people to be deep in slumber. The black sedan, shrouded in darkness, quietly drove into Jianghu village, its headlights illuminating the road ahead brightly. Because Jianghu village had a good ambience, few people kept dogs, so when the car entered, besides the engine noise, there was almost no other sound. But the engine sound and the light startled the resting birds on the trees. Chirp! Who of sound mind would care about the birds in the trees? "Xiaoru, you stay in the car, your mom and I will go in." Liu Qinian looked at Lu Ru. "Okay," Lu Ru nodded. Since it was summer, people didn't close their windows when sleeping, which made it convenient for Jiang Yan. She pulled out a tube, aimed it at the window, and blew white smoke into the room. "Will this really work?" Liu Qinian asked. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Jiang Yan reassured him and tossed a small stone into the room. Seeing that even the noise of the stone hitting the ground didn't wake Zhao Shuyue, Liu Qinian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 960. What goes around comes around. After confirming that the person inside had entered a deep sleep, Liu Qinian and Jiu Wentong circled around to the front door, ready to pry it open. Before prying the door, Jiao Wentong pulled out a pair of thin gloves from his pocket and put them on. Doors like this can only stop a gentleman, not a petty thief. Thus, the two easily pried the door open. Creak. The ancient wooden door made a heavy sound. Clearing the clouds to see the moon, the moonlight's clear glow illuminated everything inside the house brightly. Jiao Wentong, holding Lu Qinian with one hand and a flashlight with the other, headed towards the inner room. Hao Shan, be gentle. Lu Qinian nodded. Zhao Shuyu's bedroom was still locked, and Jiao Wentong took out his lock-picking tools and quickly pried the lock open. The two of them walked into the bedroom together. Zhao Shuyue was sleeping on the bed. In order to prevent Zhao Shuyue from hiding the treasure map at home, the two of them flashed their flashlights around, tossing the place upside down. This medicine was very effective. The noise they made while searching was loud, but Zhao Shuyue didn't wake up. Hao Shan, Jiao Wentong found an old dressing box in the corner. Look at this. Although the dressing table was quite old, one could still see that it was made of fine golden Nanmu wood, and the cover of the dressing box was locked with a small brass lock that had turned green with rust. This is a good item. Let's take it for now. Lu Qinian immediately recognized it as Zhao Shuyu's bridal dowry. As he spoke, Lu Qinian continued, let's go look over there. Since Zhao Shuyue wouldn't wake up anytime soon, they could take their time searching. If they could find the treasure map, they wouldn't need to waste their energy taking Zhao Shuyue back. Ni Yang woke up at exactly 12:20 a.m., feeling a bit thirsty. She turned on the light and got out of bed for water. Even though the day was very hot, the night wasn't hot at all. A cool breeze was blowing in from the outside, making one feel refreshed. Ni Yang drank water while looking out the window. The moonlight was beautiful tonight. Everywhere was draped in silvery white, as if the earth had been covered with a hazy veil. But Ni Yang wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. For some reason, she felt that something was off tonight. Weird. What was it? Could it be that she was overthinking? What could happen in the dead of night? After drinking the water, Ni Yang turned off the light and went back to bed to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiao Wentong and Lu Qinian had been searching the house for a long time without finding the treasure map, so they had no choice but to give up and take Zhao Shuyue with them. Jiao Wentong pulled up Zhao Shuyue. Hao Shan, lend a hand. Be careful. A fat cat was sleeping next to Zhao Shuyue, and because of the drugs, the fat cat was also sleeping very soundly, not making a single movement. Okay. Snap. Just then, a little bird that had been perched on the windowsill suddenly spread its wings and flew out, the sudden sound startling both Lu Qinian and Jiao Wentong in the room. Jiao Wentong looked back and saw that it was only a small bird, and heaved a sigh of relief. Just a bird. It's nothing. Lu Qinian exhaled deeply, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. The bird that just flew away wasn't ordinary. It was Duo. Although Zhao Shuyue kept a hateful and exceedingly ugly fat cat at home, Duo still liked Zhao Shuyue very much. Because Zhao Shuyue often fed it a lot of delicious food. Seeing the bad guys about to take Zhao Shuyue away, Duo was so anxious it could break its wings, flying with all its might towards the small courtyard of the Ni family. Yang. The moment Duo flew in, Ni Yang heard it, and she quickly switched on the desk lamp. What's wrong, Duo? Normally, Duo wouldn't disturb her in the dead of night. Unless something had happened. Thieves. Duo flapped its wings vigorously. Granny Lu. Thieves. Ni Yang's brow twitched, and she took a jacket out of the closet, putting it on as she walked. I'm going over to Granny Zhao's house now, and you go down to call my parents. After calling my dad and mom, go and shout around the village. Ni Yang had a hunch that this thief was different from the ordinary thief. If the whole village was alerted, everyone would be witnesses, and the situation would be easier to handle. Duo immediately flew downstairs. Thieves! Catch the thieves! Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui weren't as sensitive as Ni Yang. It took several shouts from Duo to awaken the couple. Chapter 961. Evil is met with evil. _2. The two people heard there was a thief and immediately scrambled up from their bed. Every level of the Ni family home was brightly lit, along with Duo shouting. Soon old Madam Zhang, old Master Zhang, Shangguan old Madam, and Ni Chingue were also awake. Then, the lights in the neighboring houses were turned on. There's a thief. Husband, quickly get up and take a look. Hearing there was a thief, the man who was fast asleep was instantly alert. Where's the thief? There's a thief. Certainly no small matter. You should know that Jianghu village was very peaceful and the villagers were quite united. Petty thieves and pickpockets hardly dared to target Jianghu village. Yet tonight, a thief had actually come. I don't know, you quickly go out and take a look. All right. The man didn't even have time to put on a coat, just went outside in his boxers and bare-chested. The man went outside to take a look. My goodness! Nearly the entire village, men and women, young and old, had all gotten up. The crowd was noisy. The man went back inside. Seems like Auntie Liu's place has attracted a thief. I'll go over and take a look. You watch the children at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Xianxia was a widow and an elder in the village, without sons or daughters, so her affairs were everyone's concern. Her home having drawn a thief, everyone definitely wouldn't stand by idly. The people of Jianghu village were not to be trifled with. Take this with you. The woman casually picked up an axe and handed it to the man. Take it for self-defense. If that thief dares to bully Auntie Liu, use this to chop him. All right. Then I'll go first, you watch the children at home. The man took the axe and ran outside. It was night, but Jianghu village was busier than during the day. Suddenly, the village was ablaze with lights and filled with a noisy tumult, which scared the living daylights out of Jiu Wentong and Lu Qinian. Fortunately, they had already put Zhao Shuiyue in the trunk of the car. To prevent Zhao Shuiyue from causing trouble during the transport, Jiu Wentong had tied her hands and feet with ropes and gagged her mouth with a towel. Quick! Haoshan, let's get in the car. Jiu Wentong urged Lu Qinian. Because his parents hadn't come over, Lu Ru had fallen asleep in the car and now mumbled groggily. Mom, Dad, why did you only just get here? I was getting so anxious. Lu Qinian didn't have time to explain anything, hurriedly got into the passenger seat, and was about to close the door when a pale, slender hand pressed on the car door, seemingly without much effort, but no matter how hard Lu Qinian tried, he couldn't close the door. Uncle Lu, what are you trying to do this late at night? The owner of this hand was none other than Anew. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Lu Qinian replied with a smile. Oh, it's Yang. I was just visiting your Grandma Zhao's house. Anew narrowed her eyes. Paying a visit in the middle of the night? Lying through your teeth. Jiu Wentong joined in with a smile. We just came to check on Big Sister. It's getting late, we should be heading back. Just then, the voice of Anew came from the other side. Yang. Hearing that a thief had visited Jianghu village, Anew was almost frantic with worry, scared that Anew might have encountered danger. No matter how capable Anew was, she was still just a young girl, and there wasn't a mother in the world who wouldn't be concerned about her own daughter. Mom. Anew looked back. In the time it took to speak, taking advantage of Anew looking away, Jiu Wentong immediately shut the car door. Haoshan, let's hurry and go. Lu Qinian slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot out like a rocket. Anew curved her lips slightly, not in a hurry, just looking ahead like that, her composure unshakable. Seconds later, a piercing screech of brakes was heard from the front. Having lived in Jianghu village for so long, Anew naturally knew the character of the villagers. Under such circumstances, the villagers wouldn't sit idly by. In front, the villagers were hand in hand, holding flashlights, and had encircled the black sedan from inside and out so tightly that not a drop could get through. Yang, are you all right? Anew and Shangguan Dehui ran up to Anew. Anew shook her head. I'm fine. Mom, you and Dad go check on Grandma Zhao. I'll go see what's happening with Lu Qinian and the others. Okay. Anew nodded. Anew jogged towards the front. Yang, we've caught the thief. Seeing Anew approach, the crowd spontaneously opened a path for her. Beat this damn dog to death. He even dared to come to Jianghu village. Yeah. Beat him to death. Lu Qinian knew things had gotten serious and hurriedly opened the car door to get out, taking out cigarettes from his pocket and distributing them to the crowd. Misunderstanding. Fellow villagers, this is a misunderstanding. I'm a relative of Shuyu's family, this is my wife, and my daughter is sitting in the car. We came to see Shuyue, we're not thieves. Chapter 962. Evil is met with evil. _3. Who is Shuyue? The matter about Zhao Shuyue hadn't spread through the village yet, so everyone knew her only by her last name Lu and didn't know her real name. Before the situation was clarified, everyone reacted defensively, and no one dared to accept the cigarettes from Lu Qinian's hand. What if it was a thief? Jiao Wentong followed up and said, Shuyue is the Aunt Lu you've been talking about, and Aunt Lu is my older sister. Due to some reasons, we had only recently recognized her as our sister. You see, when sisters chat, they lose track of time, and before we knew it, it was midnight. We are all family here. Family? Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances. These past few days, Lu Qinian and Jiao Wentong had indeed frequently visited Jinghua village, so the villagers were somewhat familiar with the couple. Could it be that they had made a mistake? Since we are all family, why are you all acting so guilty? Must be because you are hiding something shady. Ni Yang walked through the crowd, followed by the light from the villagers' flashlights, shining like a vast snowy glow. It really is a misunderstanding. Lu Qinian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang, do I look like the kind of person who would sneak around stealing? Besides, how many petty thieves drive a sedan? We just came to check on Shuyue. A sedan itself costs at least 70 or 80,000 yuan. Who would buy a sedan and still steal? It must be said, Lu Qinian's words did make some sense. After hearing this, the villagers relaxed their guard. I think it's quite possible. Ni Yang crossed her arms and looked down on Lu Qinian. Psychology says that people sweat profusely when they are highly nervous. Uncle Lu, is it very hot tonight? Saying this made Lu Qinian even more nervous. For some reason, even though Ni Yang was just a teenager, he couldn't help but feel incredibly anxious, with cold sweat layering his back. He couldn't control it. In front of Ni Yang, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. We really didn't steal anything. Jiao Wentong opened both sides of the car doors. If you don't believe it, you can check for yourself. Villagers stepped forward and shone flashlights inside the car. Aside from a young girl sitting in the back seat, there seemed to be nothing else. Lu Ru, who was like a pampered young lady, had never experienced a situation like this and was nearly scared to death. What should she do now? If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have come along. Who knew Jinghua village was so unified? And the trunk? Ni Yang spoke indifferently. Just because there's nothing inside the car doesn't mean there's nothing in the trunk. It was the middle of the night. This family of three wouldn't come here for no reason. Moreover, since Zhao Shuyue was born into a wealthy family, she might hold something Lu Qinian desperately wanted. The village chief shone his flashlight at the trunk. Open the trunk and let us see. Hearing the word trunk, Lu Qinian swallowed hard, the nervousness he had suppressed now surging back. His mind went blank. Jiao Wentong was quicker to react, pressing her hand against the trunk. The trunk contains our private items. It's not appropriate to show you. Even the police need a search warrant to search, and you have no right to inspect our trunk. Seeing Jiao Wentong act this way, Lu Qinian quickly stood in front of the trunk. If someone saw what was inside the trunk, they couldn't clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Why had the night turned so bizarre, rousing the entire village? Lu Qinian felt extremely unsettled. Search, ordered the village chief. Just as two villagers were about to come forward, Jiao Wentong continued, You want to search our trunk without a warrant, that's illegal. It's an offense that could land you in jail. Jail. Hearing this, the two villagers who were about to proceed instinctively stopped. In such good times, who wanted to end up in jail? Just then, Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui came running from behind, panting, Yang, your Grandma Liu's house has been turned upside down. And she's not at home. Maybe because she was used to calling her Grandma Lu, Ni Tsuehua had a hard time changing her way of addressing. Hearing this, the nearby villagers immediately perked up again. Chapter 963. What goes around comes around. _4. Stay alert. Nobody's home, and the house has been turned upside down. Who the hell did this? It's so obvious. Surround them. Don't let them get away. God damn it. Where have you taken Auntie Lu? No, it wasn't us. Folks, you've got it all wrong. Zhao Shuyue really is my elder sister. Think about it, everyone. Would I hurt my own sister? It was them. They've hidden my sister away. They want to kill her. And then they want to frame us for it. When Jiao Wentong got to this point, He suddenly pointed at Nitsuehua and Shangguan Dehui. Their family has been eyeing us with contempt for a long time. They did it on purpose. Villagers, you must seek justice for my sister. Not a single good person exists in that family, whether old or young. Jiao Wentong might have been better off not saying these words, as they only enraged the crowd even more. You must know, Anew is the pride of Jinghua village. The lucky star of the village. And this woman dared to speak ill of the Anew family like this. Get out of my way, you old bat. Wang Jinfeng, already known for her rowdiness, pushed Jiao Wentong aside. Today, I've got to see what you're hiding in that trunk. Fatsai. You and brother Anew, go open that trunk. Daring to provoke the Anew family for no reason. Even if it meant going to jail, they weren't afraid. Anew Fatsai is Wang Jinfeng's husband. As the days in the village improved, so did Anew Fatsai's health. So what chance did the old and frail Lu Qinian stand against two strong middle-aged men? Zhou Qingshang and Han Shaoqin quickly subdued Jiao Wentong from the left and the right. The villagers were accustomed to farm work and had strong bodies. Jiao Wentong was an elegant lady who hardly lifted a finger in her life. What strength could she have? Faced with such a situation, all she could do was make a scene. Help! Someone help! The ruffians are attacking. Shut her mouth! Wang Jinfeng turned to Zhou Qingshang. Zhou Qingshang produced a piece of black and smelly cloth from nowhere and stuffed it directly into Jiao Wentong's mouth. No sooner had they gagged Jiao Wentong than Anew Fatsai and Wang Anew opened the trunk. Clack! With that sound, the hearts of Jiao Wentong and Lu Qinian sank, and a chill ran through their bodies. It's over. It's all over. No one expected Zhao Shuiyue to be in the trunk. Zhao Shuiyue was bound hand and foot with white ropes, a towel stuffed in her mouth, curled up in the trunk. Next to her feet lay an old vanity case. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Even Anew didn't see it coming, that Lu Qinian and Jiao Wentong could be so cruel and ruthless. Why would they kidnap Zhao Shuiyue? Woo-woo, woo-woo. Just as everyone was still in shock, a series of urgent siren sounds suddenly pierced the air. 3 police cars drove up. What's happened here? Who called the police? Officer, I called the police. I'm the village chief of Jinghua village. The village chief stepped forward. These thieves not only came to our village to steal but also kidnapped one of our elderly residents. Now we've caught them red-handed. With Zhao Shuiyue still bound and folded in the trunk, and with so many eyewitnesses present, there was no way they could deny it. The police immediately untied Zhao Shuiyue. Is there a doctor among you? I am. Anew stepped forward. You. The young officer hesitated for a moment, then said, Then please check on this elder for us. Of course. Anew nodded and knelt down to take Zhao Shuyu's pulse, then checked her eyelids. Granny Zhao has inhaled some kind of toxin that has caused her to become comatose. Her condition is not good. She needs treatment immediately. Officer, I'm going to take Granny Zhao to the hospital right away. Although traditional Chinese medicine is powerful, sometimes it can't do everything alone, and a combination of Western and Chinese medicines is needed. The toxin itself was not very harmful to the human body, but Zhao Shuyu's special constitution meant that she needed immediate fluids and then acupuncture treatment. The young officer nodded. Xiao Sun and Xiaoma, go with this comrade to the hospital. All right. Xiao Sun and Xiaoma immediately helped carry Zhao Shuiyue to the vehicle. Xiaoma was a driver. Anew frowned slightly. Officer, Granny Zhao's condition is very special. She needs to get to the hospital within 10 minutes. Let me drive. Chapter 964. What goes around comes around. _5. 10 minutes? It would take at least 30 minutes to reach the nearest hospital at top speed. 10 minutes is simply impossible. Comrade, are you kidding? Xiaoma asked incredulously. No. Anew replied seriously. Seeing no trace of jest in Aneyang's demeanor, and the situation being extremely urgent, a matter of life and death after all, Xiaoma didn't say another word and gave up the driver's seat to Anew. Thank you for your trust. Anew got into the driver's seat and performed the startup sequence, ignition, engine start, throttle, all in one smooth motion. Before the others in the car could even react, the vehicle had already shot out at lightning speed. The 2 police officers exchanged a startled glance, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. My God!
This was incredible. No one had expected that a country girl could drive this well. The journey, which was supposed to take 10 minutes, was completed by Anew in just 5 minutes to the front of the hospital. Now, even the way the two police officers looked at Anew had changed. "Comrade, what's your name?" one of the officers asked as they brought Xianxia to the emergency room and finally had a moment to take down her statement. Anew responded in an even tone. "My name is Anew, Ni with the individual component, and yang with the meaning smoke, as in the warm sun's rays cause smoke to rise from Lantian jade." "And what relation is the elder to you?" "Over at Jianghu village." The police officer took out handcuffs from his belt and stood in front of Lu Qinian and Jiu Wentong, saying sternly, "The two of you, put your hands up. Don't move." "Officer, there's another one in the car," a villager reminded. Lu Ru was scared to death inside the car. "Officer, I'm not a thief, I've been wronged." The officers always carried out fair investigations. They would never mistakenly accuse an innocent person, nor would they let a guilty party go free. Cold handcuffs were promptly clasped onto Lu Ru's wrists. "Save your words for the police station." "Xiaolu, Xiaozhong, you all follow the village chief to the victim's home to gather evidence." "Got it." The village chief led the way. "Come with me this way, comrades." The officers didn't finish taking statements and bringing Lu Qinian and Jiu Wentang's family of 3 back to the police station until past 3 a.m. At this time, under the doctor's life-saving efforts, Zhao Shuiwe had also awakened. "Grandma Zhao, are you okay?" Anew brightened up upon seeing Zhao Shuiwe finally awake. "Yang." Zhao Shuiwe grasped Aneyang's hand. Anew asked again, "Grandma Zhao, are you all right?" Zhao Shuiwe shook her head, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. "I'm fine, but I just never expected Lu Qinian to be so heartless. He could actually do such a thing." Although Zhao Shuiwe had been in a coma, her consciousness had always been clear. She could never have imagined that Lu Qinian would treat her this way. Anew reassured her. "It's good you're okay. Lu Qinian and Jiu Wentong have already been arrested by the officers. You just need to clarify the details to them later." "Right." Zhao Shuiwe nodded. The next morning, 2 police officers came to take Zhao Shuyu's statement. Zhao Shuiwe recounted the whole event to the officers. "Officers, please, you must not let them get away with this. This was attempted murder. What they did was illegal. If it hadn't been for Yang noticing in time last night, I, an old woman, probably wouldn't be alive right now. Don't worry, ma'am, we will ensure justice is served." Lu Qi woke up the next morning to find his parents and sister weren't home. As he wondered why, a servant came in. "Young master, the police officers are here to see you." "Police officers?" Lu Qi was stunned momentarily, puzzled as to why the police were looking for him. He considered himself a good citizen, never having done anything wrong. After learning the whole truth, Lu Qi turned pale. "Officer, there must be some mistake, right? My parents are good people. How could they possibly do such a thing? And my sister, although she can be a bit spoiled and arrogant, she's not a bad person at heart." What on earth was going on? He had just gone to sleep. So why had his parents and sister suddenly become suspects of attempted murder and burglary? It must be that he hadn't woken up yet. He was still dreaming. Lu Qi pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! It hurt. He wasn't dreaming? Lu Qi suddenly laughed. "Officer, you must be joking with me this early in the morning." It had to be the officers playing a joke on him. Chapter 965. What goes around comes around. _6. With those words, Lu Qi continued, "Comrade police officer, does our family look like one that needs to commit theft?" Theft. It's simply non-existent. Their family wasn't struggling to get by. Murder attempt was even more unlikely, as they had just arrived in Beijing not long ago and hadn't made any enemies. The police officer said sternly, "Comrade Lu Qi, do you think we the police would joke about such matters?" The crime suspects Jiu Wentong, Lu Qinian, and Lu Ru and others were caught red-handed by the villagers of Jianghu village. "You better come with us to the station." Lu Qi's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Okay, just wait for me a moment." On the way, Lu Qi simply couldn't believe this was happening. It wasn't until he reached the police station that he was willing to accept this wasn't a dream. How could this be? Why would his parents and sister do such a thing? The family was split up and locked away.
Upon seeing Lu Qi, Jiao Wentong became very agitated. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you're here. You must save Mom. She's innocent. Go find a lawyer quick. Lu Qi said, Mom, don't worry, I'll find you a lawyer right away. As long as you haven't done those things, I believe the police comrades will release you after they have investigated properly. Lu Qi still couldn't believe that his always gentle and kind mother could do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. In contrast to Jiao Wentong, Lu Qinian seemed especially calm. Sitting in the interrogation room, he seemed to have aged overnight. These things were all done by me alone. They have nothing to do with my wife and child. They were all kept in the dark by me. Hearing this, Lu Qi was stunned. So, it turned out they really did these unforgivable deeds. Why? Why would they do such a thing? Dad! Lu Qi rushed out. Why? Why did you do this? Faced with his furious son, Lu Qinian chose to remain silent. Lu Qi's eyes turned red. He never imagined that his father, who was always a mountainous figure in his heart, could do such a thing. Suddenly, Lu Qi felt as though the sky was falling. His world turned dark. Lu Qi slid down against the wall and burst into loud sobs. He used to be a crybaby as a child, but since growing up, he had never cried again. This was the first time. Over at Lu Ru's side, Comrade Police Officer. I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Please let me go. Everything was done by my parents. I was asleep in the car at that time. I didn't know anything. Please let me out, okay? Seeing the red-eyed Lu Qi, Lu Ru clung to him like a lifeline. Brother, please save me. All this was done by Mom and Dad. I really didn't know. I didn't know anything. Brother, please save me. I don't want to be locked up here. I want to get out. Lu Qi was Lu Ru's lifeline, but Lu Ru became the last straw that broke Lu Qi. Why? Was this still his sweet and lovely sister? Or was the harmonious family he remembered just a dream all along? By the time he left the police station, Lu Qi was still unsteady on his feet. How he wished all this was just a dream. After waking from the dream, their family of 4 would still be harmonious. Just then, voices came from ahead. Lu Qi looked up to see Ni Yang and Zhao Shuiwei. He quickly stepped aside and hid behind a pillar. It wasn't that he hated Ni Yang, but he felt ashamed to face Ni Yang and Zhao Shuiwei. After his parents and sister had committed such a disgrace, he, as a son and an elder brother, bore some responsibility. If he had been more vigilant the night before, he might have noticed his parents leaving the mansion and could have possibly prevented this. It was all his fault. He was responsible. Lu Qi was filled with self-blame, pounding his own head in frustration. After leaving the police station, Lu Qi contacted a lawyer. No matter what, the people locked up were his parents, and no matter what they had done, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He left everything to the lawyer, and now all he could do was to hope for the best. Because Lu Qinian took on all the guilt, Jiao Wentong and Lu Ru firmly denied any involvement, and since only Lu Qinian's fingerprints were found at the scene, he was the only one sentenced to life imprisonment due to insufficient evidence. Jiao Wentong and Lu Ru were released on bail by Lu Qi. Having been released from the detention center, Jiao Wentong and Lu Ru had lost a lot of weight. Jiao Wentang's first words upon seeing Lu Qi were, "Xiaoqi, let's go back to Taiwan Island." She really couldn't stand staying in Beijing anymore. Lu Qi's face had lost its former luster and looked utterly defeated. "We can't go back now." "Why?" Jiao Wentang's complexion changed. Lu Qi continued, "Your travel has been restricted, and now you can't even leave the urban area, let alone go back to Taiwan Island." Lu Ru's complexion was also very bad. The past several days in the detention center had worn her down to nothing. "When can we go back then?" Lu Qi shook his head. "I'm not very clear about that. Probably when you're cleared of suspicion, then you can go back." His father was still locked up and would never get out in this lifetime. The two of them, one a wife, the other a daughter, not only didn't have a word of concern, but only talked about wanting to leave. So this was family affection. How grand. "Xiaoqi, you must find a way. Mom can't stay here. I can't stand it for a second longer." Jiao Wentong couldn't forget the look in Ni Qihua's eyes that night. She was afraid Ni Qiuhua might suddenly remember something. The longer she stayed here, the more danger she was in. "There's no way." Lu Qi coldly brushed away Jiao Wentang's hand. You child, how can you be like this? I'm your mother. Zhou Wentong looked at Lu Qi in disbelief. Lu Qi glared at Zhou Wentong. Exactly because one of you is my mother and the other my sister, I didn't turn a blind eye. Ask yourselves, does this truly have nothing to do with you? Don't forget. Dad is still locked up. Slap. Zhou Wentong slapped Lu Qi across the face. I'll kill you, you unfilial son. Chapter 966. The truth of the matter emerges, like stones revealed as the water recedes. Lu Qi didn't fight back, and a red swollen handprint appeared on his left cheek instantly. But the look in his eyes when he turned to Zhou Wentong was terrifyingly cold. Lu Ru covered her mouth, watching the scene in disbelief. She hadn't expected Zhou Wentong to hit Lu Qi. All her life, she had never seen Zhou Wentong raise a hand against Lu Qi. In delivering that slap, Zhou Wentong regretted it herself. Son, Xiaoqi, I'm sorry. Mom didn't mean it. I just really want to go back. I didn't mean to leave your father. Her son was born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could she not feel pain for him? She was just too anxious. Lu Qi didn't want to help her. She couldn't return to Taiwan Island, and only Taiwan Island could give her a sense of safety. Xiaoqi, can you forgive Mom, please? Zhou Wentong hugged Lu Qi, tears streaming down her face. Lu Qi's face showed no emotion. You just got back from the detention center, go upstairs and take a bath, then get a good night's sleep. He didn't blame Zhou Wentong for slapping him, but he couldn't forgive her actions. But Zhou Wentong was his biological mother. He didn't know what to do. It seemed whatever he did was wrong. Every choice seemed to be a mistake. Zhou Wentong nodded. Okay. Lu Ru silently followed Zhou Wentong upstairs. After a hot shower, Zhou Wentong's condition had improved a lot. Meanwhile, in Jinghua village, the affairs of Zhao Shuyue had stirred up a storm. After so many years, everyone had just learned that Zhao Shuyu's real name wasn't Lu Zhao. She had her own name. Everyone fiercely criticized Lu Qinian and Zhou Wentong for being inhumane. Because Zhao Shuyue encountered an issue at home alone, Ni Yang once again offered to take Zhao Shuyue into the Ni family home. But Zhao Shuyue still refused. Zhao Shuyue wasn't willing to move, and Ni Yang didn't want to force her, so she brought Zhao Shuyue a 2-month-old puppy. The puppy was a Chinese rural dog. Chinese rural dogs were among the smartest and most loyal, easiest to raise dogs. Despite being only 2 months old, it was plump and fiercely protective, very protective of its owner. Zhao Shuyu's house already had Depang, so the puppy was named Xiaopeng. Enai Tsuehua, after handling the matters at the factory, sat on the sofa and chatted with everyone. Yang, what ultimately happened with the case of Lu Qinian and Zhou Wentong? Ni Yang flipped a page of the newspaper she was holding. Zhou Wentong and her daughter Lu Ru have been released on bail, while Lu Qinian was sentenced to life imprisonment. Old Lady Zhang chimed in. It looks like Lu Qinian will die in prison, but how could Zhou Wentong have been released on bail? She was clearly in cahoots with Lu Qinian. Even if she wasn't the mastermind, she must have been an accomplice. This involved robbery and attempted murder. How could she be released? Ni Yang explained, because Lu Qinian took all the blame himself, and only his fingerprints were found at Grandma Zhao's house, the police had no choice but to release her. Though Zhou Wentong has been released on bail, she still hasn't been cleared of suspicion and is not allowed to travel freely. The situation was twofold. While Lu Qinian wasn't a good husband to Zhao Shuyue, he was an invaluable husband and father to Zhou Wentong. Such a person was both pitiable and detestable. Old Lady Zhang nodded. I see. I didn't expect Lu Qinian to have such resolve. Enai Tsuehua frowned slightly. I always feel like I've seen Zhou Wentong somewhere before. Yang, do you know where she's from? It was the first time Enai Tsuehua had mentioned this, so Enai Yang quickly put down the newspaper. About that, I once indirectly asked Lu Qi. He said Zhou Wentong is from Xiaomu village in Haiqing City. Xiaomu village? Enai Tsuehua was startled since she had grown up in Xiaomu village. Enai Yang nodded. Enai Tsuehua frowned again. Xiaomu village only has around 20 households. If she really is from Xiaomu village, there's no way I wouldn't have heard about her. Plus we don't have the Ji surname in Xiaomu village. Most in the Xiaomu village were surnamed Zhu and Enai. Enai Yang added, I also think it's strange. If Zhou Wentong really was from Xiaomu village, she couldn't possibly be unaware of Dam village, But when Lu Qi asked her if she knew about Dam Village, she claimed she didn't remember. Xiaomu Village and Dam Village are adjacent. If Jiu Wentong truly came from Xiaomu Village, she couldn't possibly be unaware of Dam Village. But if Jiu Wentong wasn't from Xiaomu Village, then how did she know about it? And why did Enai Tsuehua find her so familiar? Chapter 967. The truth of the matter emerges, like stones revealed as the water recedes under too. All of this was very strange. Only if you've seen someone before, can you find them familiar, Mom? Think carefully. Have you met Jiu Wentong before? Enai Yang continued to ask. Enai Tsuehua pinched her temples. I can't remember, and every time I start to think about these questions, my head throbs painfully. It's really uncomfortable. Over the past few days, she still couldn't recall where she had seen Jiu Wentong before, and her head was still aching terribly. Enai Yang narrowed her eyes. Let me take a look at you. Enai Yang reached out to take Enai Qihua's pulse. From the pulse, Enai Qihua's body didn't show any abnormalities, but many issues couldn't be detected by pulse diagnosis alone and required instrumental examination. Mom, how about we go to the hospital for a CT scan? A headache is no trivial matter. CT machines were invented as far back as 1971, and it was now 1985, 14 years later. The CT technology in Beijing had matured considerably. It just wasn't as advanced as in later years. Do we really need to go through all that? Enai Tsuehua said, it's just an occasional headache, not a persistent one. Ting Ting, let's go. Health is not to be taken lightly, Grandmother Shangguan said. I will accompany you. Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement. Your mother-in-law is right, Ting Ting, I'll also go with you. Enai Yang picked up the car keys from the coffee table. Grandmas, no need for you to come, I can take my mom by myself. Hospitals are full of germs, and your immune systems aren't as strong as young people's. Besides, there's not much help you can offer by going. Enai Yang was making sense, so the two seniors didn't insist further. Enai Yang drove Enai Tsuehua to the hospital. No matter when, the hospital was always overcrowded. After a long wait in line, it was finally Enai Qihua's turn. After the CT scan, it took another hour to get the results. The patient has a slight cranial hematoma, which is causing the occasional headaches, but the condition is not particularly severe. It can be treated with surgery or by using acupuncture to expel the hematoma. Enai Yang reached out to accept the CT report. Thank you, comrade doctor. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Cranial hematomas are usually caused by head injuries. Enai Tsuehua had been beaten quite badly by Mu Jinbao back in Dam Village, and Mu Jinbao wasn't known for holding back. Could it be a leftover injury from that time? Fearing that Enai Tsuehua might recall those unpleasant memories, Enai Yang refrained from asking further about the injury. When the mother and daughter arrived home, Shangguan Dehui was holding car keys, ready to leave. Dehui, where are you going? Enai Tsuehua asked. Shangguan Dehui was startled. Dia, you're back. I heard from Mom that you and Yang Yang went to the hospital, so I was preparing to go there to check on you. By the way, how did the checkup go? Everything okay? Enai Tsuehua smiled and shook her head. Nothing's wrong. Shangguan Dehui looked at Enai Yang. Yang Yang, is your mom really okay? Enai Yang said, there's a slight cranial hematoma, but it's not a major issue. A few acupuncture treatments will clear it up. Dad, you don't need to worry. When Shangguan Dehui heard the words cranial hematoma, his pupils shrank. How can it be okay with a cranial hematoma? Yang Yang, you better not be lying to me. Enai Yang said with a smile. Dad, what are you thinking? How could I lie to you? It's really no big deal. Really no big deal? Shangguan Dehui asked uncertainly. Enai Yang nodded. That's a relief, Shangguan Dehui sighed and took Enai Qihua's handbag. Let's go inside. Grandmother Shangguan and Mrs. Zhang had already prepared the meal. Little Enai Yun was happily eating noodles while sitting on Grandmother Shangguan's lap. When she saw Enai Tsuehua and Enai Yang return, she rushed down from Grandmother Shangguan's lap with delight. Mommy! Sister! Duo mimicked her, flapping its wings and flying over. Mommy! Sister! The image of the two was filled with love. After dinner, Enai Yang performed acupuncture on Enai Tsuehua. Seeing the gold needles being inserted into Enai Qihua's head one by one, Shangguan Dehui nervously extended his hand in front of Tsuehua. Dia, does it hurt? If it does, you can bite my hand. Anai Tsuehua said with a smile. It doesn't hurt at all. Not only did it not hurt, it was quite comfortable. An acupuncture session lasted an hour, and by the time it was finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. That night, Anai Tsuehua had a very strange dream. It was fragmented. In the dream, she was first a 3 or 4-year-old child, then got separated from her mother. She walked for a long time and cried for a long time. Chapter 968. The truth of the matter comes to light _3. Panic. Helplessness. Fortunately, on her way, she encountered a kind old lady who took her back home when she couldn't find her mother. The scene switched, and people from a village all gathered at the old lattice house to watch the excitement. The child, who was 3 or 4 years old, could already speak and successfully returned to Beijing with the help of the village chief. Just as she was about to return home, Anai Tsuehua suddenly woke up. Despite the coolness of the room, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Anai Tsuehua's face. Anai Tsuehua fumbled to switch on the lamp and sat up leaning against the headboard. What's wrong, Dia? Shangguan Dehui groped for his glasses on the bedside table and put them on. Did you have a nightmare? Yes. Anai Tsuehua nodded. Don't be afraid, Shangguan Dehui patted Anai Tsuehua's back. Dreams are the opposite of reality. I feel like I dreamed about my childhood, Anai Tsuehua said, but I'm not sure if that was me. Strange to say, a child of 3 or 4 should have their own memories. Although incomplete, there should be some. But Anai Tsuehua's memories of her childhood were extremely vague. She couldn't remember anything before the age of 5 or 6. What did you dream about? Shangguan Dehui asked as he got out of bed to pour water for Anai Tsuehua. Anai Tsuehua took the water glass, drank a sip, and then began to describe that strange dream. Shangguan Dehui adjusted his glasses. I think what you dreamed about is very likely to be true. Sometimes, the mind forgets, but the subconscious remembers. Anai Tsuehua said, but I clearly dreamed that the village chief grandfather sent me back to Beijing, so why did I end up in Xiaomu village later? Shangguan Dehui slightly furrowed his brows. Maybe the you in the dream was so eager to go home that the part about returning to Beijing was also added by your subconscious? Is that so? Anai Tsuehua asked. Shangguan Dehui glanced at his watch. It's only 1 in the morning now, and I don't have to work tomorrow since it's Saturday. To prevent you from having another nightmare, why don't we do something meaningful? Anai Tsuehua rolled her eyes at Shangguan Dehui. Turn off the light. Once the light was turned off, darkness enveloped the whole room, swallowing all sounds. Anai Tsuehua typically got up every morning to cook breakfast, but this morning, the person in the kitchen was Shangguan Dehui. Dad, why is it you? Anai Yang expressed her surprise. I thought it was Mom. Shangguan Dehui rinsed the pot with water. Your mom didn't sleep well last night, and I don't have to work today. Yang, what would you like to eat? I'll make it. Anai Yang opened the fridge and took out a bottle of mineral water. I'm fine with anything, you decide. That sounds good, Shangguan Dehui smiled. Then I'll just whip something up. Okay, Anai Yang took the mineral water. I'll go for a run first. All right, Shangguan Dehui nodded. Anai Yang went for a run every morning. At 6 in the morning the sun was just rising. The sky was a clear blue, a gentle breeze was brushing through, birds chirped around, the rich fragrance of honeysuckle lingered in the air, and by the road, the farmland was filled with roses and portulaca. The endless view was absolutely refreshing. As soon as Anai Yang stepped out, Duo followed. Good morning, Yang. Good morning, Duo. Duo flapped its wings. Good morning. Good morning. Duo didn't know many phrases, sometimes repeating the same phrase dozens of times, even more repetitive than a loop machine. Along the road, as they encountered villagers at work, Duo kept repeating, good morning. Everyone was amused by Duo first thing in the morning, starting the day in a cheerful mood. Duo is really smart. It's Yang's good upbringing. Indeed. My boy at home saw how well Duo was raised and caught a mina to rear a month ago. Just when it learned to fly, it disappeared. What a waste of time raising it. Lu family mansion. Jiao Wentong did not sleep well last night. Every time she closed her eyes, she recalled her experiences in the detention center. She didn't want to go to prison. Not at all. What should she do? Once that thing was discovered, she would be ruined. Jiao Wentong sat on the bed. painfully clutching her hair. If only she had never come back. She regretted it. Lu Qinian being locked up was secondary. She never truly loved Lu Qinian. Seriously, who in their right mind would fall in love with a man 30 to 40 years older than themselves? She was worried about her own safety. If she had not come back, she wouldn't have encountered Anai Cuihua, and if she hadn't met Anai Cuihua might not have remembered those things. Chapter 969. The truth of the matter comes to light under 4. Anai Cuihua had become a ticking time bomb to her. No telling when she might explode. No one would dare touch her on Taiwan Island, but this was Beijing, and she was restricted from traveling. Realizing this, Jiao Wentong rushed downstairs. Xiaoqi, Mom is begging you, please take me away. Shall we go back to Taiwan Island? Lu Qi sighed. Mom, you can't leave now. Think of something, Xiaoqi, think of something, Jiao Wentong continued. Since you managed to bail us out of the detention center, it means you must have a way, right? Lu Qi frowned slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Mom, the only reason you were released from the detention center was because of Dad. Dad took all the blame on himself. Otherwise, even if I were the Emperor of Heaven, I wouldn't have been able to bail out you and Xiaoru. Zhou Wentang's eyes instantly reddened. Then what should we do? Xiaoqi, is there really no way? Xiaoqi, I really can't stay here anymore. Mom, why are you in such a hurry to leave Beijing? Lu Qi grabbed Zhou Wentang's arm. Are you still hiding something from me? How much more were they hiding from him? Zhou Wentong instinctively avoided Lu Qi's gaze. No. Really? Lu Qi stared intently into Zhou Wentang's eyes. No. Zhou Wentong pushed Lu Qi away and hurried upstairs. Watching Zhou Wentang's retreating figure, Lu Qi let out a deep sigh and went to Lu Ru's room. Brother. Lu Qi grabbed Lu Ru's hand. Tell me honestly, are you and Mom still hiding something from me? After all, Zhou Wentong was his mother, and there were some things he couldn't directly ask her, so he had to start with Lu Ru. In Lu Qi's eyes, Lu Ru and Zhou Wentong were in this together. Lu Ru looked at Lu Qi blankly. No. Stop pretending. Tell me. Lu Qi had lost all trust in Lu Ru. Tell me now, and I'll take you and Mom to the police station to turn ourselves in. Maybe we'll get a lighter sentence. Just don't let the police find out first, it would be embarrassing then. Really, there's nothing. Lu Ru, frightened by Lu Qi's demeanor, started crying. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Ru had no idea about Zhou Wentang's past. The recent stint in the detention center had already terrified Lu Ru, smoothing out any haughty air she once had. Speak. Lu Qi gripped Lu Ru's wrist tightly. There's nothing. Lu Ru cried miserably. Unable to get anything out of her, Lu Qi had to let it go. At the Ni family home, Ni Yang administered the third acupuncture treatment to Ni Cuihua. After the acupuncture, Ni Cuihua said to old lady Zheng, Mom, does Dad have a burn scar on his back? Old lady Zheng was taken aback at first, then said, Yes, it was caused by your grandmother accidentally scalding him with boiling water. Ni Cuihua's face changed, realizing that everything that happened in her dream was true. Mom! Ni Cuihua suddenly grabbed old lady Zheng's hand, her eyes becoming red. I remember everything. Ting Ting, what do you remember? Old lady Zheng said nervously, Don't rush, take it slow. With a choked voice, Ni Cuihua said, I was sent to Xiaomu village, and the person who sent me was Zhou Wentong. Hey, race how it happened. After getting separated from old lady Zheng years ago, young Ni Cuihua was picked up by a local old woman who, seeing the child's refined manner, decided to hand her over to the village chief. After several transfers, the village chief took her to Beijing. Upon arriving in Beijing, a beautifully dressed young woman appeared, claiming to know old lady Zhang and Zhang Jun, saying they were good friends, and so the village chief handed Ni Cuihua over to her. As soon as the village chief left, the young woman showed her true colors. Ni Cuihua bit her while attempting to escape, and furious, the young woman picked up a nearby vase and knocked Ni Cuihua unconscious. The cerebral contusion suffered by Ni Cuihua dated from that time. Because she wasn't sent to the hospital in time, she developed a persisting high fever that night, terrifying the young woman. She took a night train and delivered Ni Cuihua to a rural family in Xiaomu village, miles away, along with some money. When Ni Cuihua woke up, she had no memory of her past. I remember she had a sister, who called her Aji. Anew Suehua said. Chapter 970. The Truth of the Matter, Everything Comes to Light _5. Aji, Anew narrowed her eyes. The doctor's sister is named Jianghu. Mom, the woman who took you to Xiaomu village was Jianghu, and Jianghu is Zhou Wentong. Haiqing City is just near the port, so it's easy for Jianghu to go to Taiwan Island from there. If Zhou Wentong was Jianghu, and Jianghu was Zhou Wentong, that would explain why Anew Suehua was thousands of kilometers away from where she was lost. It also explained why Anew Suehua felt a strange sense of familiarity when she saw the doctor and Zhou Wentong. Because Jianghu was the doctor's sister, she was helping her sister do evil. Oh my! Old Madame Zhang said distressedly. My Tingting, how much suffering have you endured? Mingming was returned, only to be taken away by Zhou Wentong again. It was all because she trusted Jiang Yan too much at the time. Anew Suehua helped old Madame Zhang wipe away her tears. Mom, it's okay now, I'm fine. Anew Yang picked up the car keys. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, we must hurry to the police station now and tell the police everything clearly. The case of Anew Kuihua's disappearance was still on record at the police station, just in case there was a chance for the truth to emerge. The family had to hurry, there was no time to waste. They raced to the police station. Lu Qi knew the police would knock on the mansion's door again one day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Is Comrade Jianghu here? We are from the Municipal Police Department, and this is an arrest warrant. Jianghu? Lu Qi asked confusedly. Officer, are you mistaken? We don't have anyone named Jianghu here. Zhou Wentong was just coming downstairs at this moment, and upon hearing this conversation, her legs went weak. She remembered. She knew that one day Anew Suehua would remember. Several officers bypassed Lu Qi and went straight to Jianghu, flashing handcuffs. Jianghu, you are involved in a case concerning child trafficking. Please come with us. Child trafficking? Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. He never could have imagined Zhou Wentong committing such a crime. Officer, you must be mistaken. My mother's name is Zhou Wentong, not Jianghu. Besides, she just arrived in Beijing less than 2 months ago. How could she possibly be involved in child trafficking? Zhou Wentong cried out loudly. Xiaoqi! Xiaoqi! Save me! Mom doesn't want to go to jail. Mom is innocent. Xiaoqi! One of the officers looked up at Lu Qi. Zhou Wentong is just her alias. Her real name is Jianghu. Jianghu was stunned. He looked at the woman before him, his mother, and felt she was a complete stranger. What else was his mother hiding from him? Mom, I'm only asking you one thing right now. Lu Qi walked over to Zhou Wentong, his eyes red. Am I really your biological child? Am I? Yes. Xiaoqi. You are my biological child. You are my own son. I carried you for 10 months before giving birth to you, Xiaoqi. You can't ignore your mom now. Both Lu Qi and Lu Ru were Zhou Wentang's biological children. Although she didn't have much affection for Lu Qinian, she hadn't done anything to wrong him. Lu Ru was startled by the commotion downstairs and came down to see this scene, shocked. Mom! Brother! What's going on? Lu Qi pressed his temples in agony. Xiaoru, you must save Mom! Zhou Wentong shouted. The officers took Zhou Wentong away, and Lu Ru chased after them, watching helplessly as Zhou Wentong was put into the patrol car. Then, Lu Qi also drove Lu Ru to the police station to find out what was happening. After all, Zhou Wentong was his biological mother, and he couldn't just stand by indifferently. After arriving at the police station, Lu Qi learned the whole story. He hadn't realized that his mother had done such a thing when she was young, fleeing to Bay Island. All these years she had lived an idyllic life on Bay Island, but the family of the child she had taken was plunged into endless pain. Officer, may I see the victim? He asked. The officer was taken aback, probably thinking, your mother is a human trafficker, and you want to take revenge on the victim? Seeing that the officer might have misunderstood, Lu Qi continued, Officer, my mother has done something unforgivable, and my sister and I would like to apologize to the victim and their family. Perhaps an apology could hardly make up for anything, but without an apology, he felt uneasy. Okay, the officer nodded. Come with me this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The truth of the matter, everything comes to light_6. Lu Qi followed the police officer's steps, looking back at Lu Ru. Let's go. Lu Ru looked at Lu Qi incredulously. Had Lu Qi gone mad? At this time, to approach the victim and their family was blatantly asking for trouble. They might even get physically attacked. Brother. Lu Ru tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve. I must go. Lu Qi stated firmly. You're coming with me. With no other choice, Lu Ru had to follow. Upon reaching the lobby, the police officer introduced them. This is the victim, and these are the victim's family members. After saying this, the police officer introduced Lu Qi to everyone. Lu Qi had never expected that Anew was the daughter of the victim. He already felt guilty towards Anew, and now he was even more overwhelmed with shame. Seeing Anew among the victim's family, Lu Ru was also stunned. She used to look down on Anew the most, and now, unexpectedly, she had to apologize and admit her wrongs. What a twist of fate! If it were all possible, she would spend her entire life peacefully on Taiwan Island and never set foot in Beijing again. Unfortunately, the one thing the world lacks is a remedy for regret. Auntie and I'm sorry. If it weren't for my mother, you wouldn't have been separated from Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng for so many years. After he spoke, Lu Qi and Lu Ru knelt down together. A man's knees are as precious as gold. But at this moment he could no longer care about that. He did not pray for Quihua's forgiveness. He only hoped to satisfy his own conscience. Tsuehua deeply resented Zhou Wentong. If not for her, she wouldn't have suffered for so many years, and she could have grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. But Lu Qi was Lu Qi, and being a mother herself, she knew she should not take out her anger on the children. Children cannot choose their birth. It was evident that Lu Qi and Zhou Wentong were not the same kind of people. Please get up, and Tsuehua extended her hand to help Lu Qi and Lu Ru up. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. Your mother is already in prison. This matter has nothing to do with you too. Auntie. Lu Qi's eyes reddened. He hadn't expected Tsuehua to be so calm. Zhou Wentong had caused Tsuehua so much suffering, and Lu Qi had even prepared himself to be beaten. Yet Tsuehua did not blame him at all. He was now starting to understand why Anew was so outstanding, while his own sister Lu Ru was so inadequate. It was because of upbringing. Anew had a mother who was both a role model and a teacher. Anew sighed and looked back at Elder Zheng, Grandma Zheng, Elder Shangguan, and Anew. Let's go back. Lu Qi watched the family's departing figures, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, Lu Qi turned to Lu Ru. Let's go back too. To celebrate finally finding the person who kidnapped Tsuehua, Anew had prepared a large table of food upon their return. Today happened to be Saturday, and in the evening, Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Su also came back. The next day was Sunday. Early in the morning, Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehue went to the orphanage. Visiting the orphanage once a week had become a habit. Around 10 in the morning, Shangguan Furong arrived at Jinghua village with Zhao Ziqing. Coincidentally, just as they arrived, Zhao Shen also came with Zhao Zijuan. Brother! The siblings, who hadn't seen each other for a while, were extremely excited. Furong! Zhao Shen greeted. Shangguan Furong smiled and nodded. Zhao Shen felt a pang of disappointment, then said, Furong, how did you come back? Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Shangguan Furong replied, It's quite convenient for me to take a bus from there, no need for the hassle. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Shen said. Furong, just say the word, no matter the distance, I wouldn't find it bothersome. No need, Shangguan Furong smiled and walked into the house. Mom, Aunt Zheng. Furong is back, Grandma Zhang said cheerfully. Yes, Shangguan Furong nodded. Hey, where are my brother and sister-in-law? Elder Shangguan replied, Your brother and sister-in-law went to the orphanage. They probably won't be back until the afternoon. Oh, Shangguan Furong continued. What about Uncle Zheng? Is he not home either? He probably took Yun to clear some land again, Grandma Zhang explained, smiling. Clearing land. Shangguan Furong paused, not understanding what was meant by clearing land. Grandma Zhang continued. Did you see the roadside planted with lots of honeysuckle and peony flowers when you just came? Yes, Shangguan Furong nodded. That's what your Uncle Zheng and Yun cleared out, Grandma Zhang explained. Shangguan Furong smiled. I didn't realize Uncle Zhang had such a pastoral heart. He just loves to be busy. Doing it himself would be fine, but he always has to take Yun Yun with him. In the afternoon, Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shun took the children back to the Zhao family to visit Grandma Zhao. After they left, Grandma Zheng and Elder Shangguan chatted. Elder sister, do you think there's still a chance for Furong and Zhao Shun to remarry? Elder Shangguan sighed. I would like them to remarry, otherwise the children will suffer by following them, but Furong has never loosened up. So, does Zhao Shen want to remarry? Grandma Zheng asked. Elder Shangguan nodded. Grandma Zhang continued, as the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. As long as Zhao Shen truly repents, considering the children, remarriage is feasible. But we elders shouldn't interfere too much. Elder Shangguan, finding a confidant, quickly agreed. Exactly, I have tried both soft and hard tactics, but Furong just doesn't listen. I'm leaving it be now, let her decide. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Grandma Zhang smiled. That's good, letting go sometimes makes things easier. Oh, Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi aren't young anymore. Have they found someone outside? Elder Shangguan shook her head. Nothing from Shangguan Su yet, and I haven't heard anything from Shangguan Shi recently either, probably not going well. Did she date someone before? Grandma Zheng asked. Elder Shangguan nodded. She dated a university classmate, but the man's family had 7 sisters. We won't talk about their family conditions, but anyone with eyes could see that his parents definitely favored sons over daughters. If Shangguan Shi could secure a son after marrying, that would be one thing, but if she had a daughter, her hard days would still be ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice-cold skin surprisingly belongs to Ni Yang. In 1985, the family planning policy was very strict, with many people discarding their daughters hoping to have a son instead. Who could guarantee that they would have a son on their first try? So when Shangguan Shi and that male classmate were dating, not only did Grandma Shangguan disagree, but both Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua disagreed as well. Enai Tsuehua, deeply affected by the preference for boys over girls, did not want her daughter to experience the same pain she had. Although Shangguan Shi was not her biological daughter, she loved her no less. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang shook her head firmly. It's good that it ended, good that it ended. Xiaoxi is such an honest child. She couldn't have coped in that kind of family. Shangguan Zai's personality resembled that of the deceased Su Fan, gentle and slow-spoken. If she had to deal with a difficult mother-in-law, she wouldn't manage. Mrs. Zhang continued, switching the topic. Xiaoxi would be more suited to a scholarly family. I think the Wu family is quite suitable. That young man over there is already 25 or 26, right? The Wu family was also well known in their circle, and Wu Chenjun was their only son. If Shangguan Shi married into their family, she would just need to be a wealthy wife. Grandma Shangguan nodded. Seems like it. Mrs. Zhang, ever the matchmaker and considering that Shangguan Shi was her granddaughter, hoped for a good marriage for her. Old sister, if you agree, I'll speak to both children and try to arrange it? Grandma Shangguan brightened up at the suggestion. That would be fine. I'll ask around tonight to see if she has completely broken up with that male classmate. All right, Mrs. Zheng nodded. That night, Grandma Shangguan approached Shangguan Shi. Xiaoxi, how are things with Xiaozhua? Zualing was the name of Shangguan Zai's boyfriend. Shangguan Shi replied indifferently. We broke up. Grandma Shangguan beamed. Really broke up? Grandma, I've already broken up with him. Why do you seem so happy about it? Shangguan Shi was a bit speechless. Grandma Shangguan thought to herself, how could she not be happy that she broke up with that kind of person? She even wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. But these thoughts were not appropriate to voice aloud. To others, it might just be seen as an experience, but to Shangguan Shi, it was a piece of her lost youth. Grandma Shangguan softened her smile. Xiaoxi, your grandma mentioned introducing you to that young man from the Wu family. What do you think? Not so good. Shangguan Shi immediately shook her head. I've grown up with Wu Chenjun since childhood. We're too familiar. If it were possible, it wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, even rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow. Shangguan Shi really wasn't interested in Wu Chenjun. Our family and the Wu family are well matched, and old Wu's daughter-in-law is also virtuous. If this marriage really happens, they'd treasure you. She slightly frowned. Grandma, people value love these days. All that talk about equal social ranking is such an outdated feudal idea. I don't want a marriage of matching status. I want to marry for love. A young woman in her 20s indeed dreams of romance. All right, Grandma Shangguan said helplessly. Ultimately, it's your own life matter. We as elders can only offer suggestions. But Xiaoxi, I must tell you, love doesn't fill the stomach. Some boys are slick talkers and misleading. You must protect yourself and not be taken advantage of. Shangguan, she smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. I understand all that you've said. The next day, as Shangguan de Hui had no classes, Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan de Hui took little Enai Yun to visit Zhou Dana's home. Dia, auntie and uncle are here. For children took the gifts from Shangguan de Hui's hands and ran into the house. Little Enai Yun followed them. Old Zhao had gone out to set up his stall, leaving only Zhou Danny and the 4 children at home. Hearing the noise, Zhou Danny immediately welcomed them. Dia is here. Brother-in-law, come in and sit down. With Enai Yang's guidance, Zhou Danny's living conditions had improved significantly. Each child was dressed in new clothes. There was even a television set in the living room. Since guests had arrived, Zhou Danny took out some money for the children to go buy groceries. Little Enai Yun also wanted to go with them. Zhou Danny instructed, take Yun Yun little sister with you, and make sure to watch over Yun Yun little sister, got it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear and jade smooth skin actually belongs to Enai Yang. _2. Dashuan was 17 this year, Ershuan was 16, Sanchuan was 15, and even the youngest, Xiaoshuang, was now 9, so they could be trusted to look after little Enai Yun. Zhou Danny felt at ease. Dashuan patted his chest and said, Mom, rest assured, I'll take good care of Yun Yun. Go on then. Zhou Danny wanted to pat Dashuan's head, but realizing she could no longer reach it, she patted his shoulder instead. Zhou Danny gave them over 30 yuan, and the kids came back with a load of groceries, even buying a candied hawthorn for little Enai Yun. The Zhao family kids were all exceptionally well behaved. Although only little Enai Yun had a candied hawthorn, none of them made a fuss. After dinner, Enai Tsuehua and Zhou Danny chatted idly. Danny, have you bought a house in Beijing yet? Zhou Danny shook her head. No. My husband and I are planning to save money to build a house back in our hometown. At that time, people didn't like the idea of buying houses outside their hometowns. They all wanted to make money and then go back to build houses and honor their ancestors. Enai Tsuehua continued, Yang told me that there will be more and more migrant workers coming to Beijing in the future, and the housing prices will get higher and higher. Actually, you could take advantage of the current low prices to buy a few properties. The money you'd spend on building a house in your hometown would be more than enough to buy one in Beijing. Did Yang say that? Zhou Danny asked. Will there really be more and more people coming to Beijing to work? Enai Tsuehua nodded. Yes, Yang said that Beijing is a metropolis and its development will only get better. Yang himself has bought several properties. In reality, it was not just several. Enai Yang already owned 3 courtyard houses and 6 apartment buildings. Zhou Danny didn't trust many people, but she trusted Enai Yang. If it weren't for Enai Yang's advice, her family would still be living frugally. They had already saved up over 10,000 yuan. Back in the day, they couldn't even save 70 or 80 yuan in a year. Nowadays, they were living a life they could hardly have dreamed of before. So on festive occasions, Zhou Danny always took her family to visit the Enai family. They couldn't be the type to forget favors and betray kindness. Zhou Danny nodded. All right, when my husband comes back, I'll discuss this matter with him. Enai Tsuehua continued. Yang also said that it's best to buy housing in the city center, and if money is tight, it's also good to buy near a subway station. The Beijing subway was planned in 1953, construction began in 1965, and the first routes were completed in 1969. Operations started in 1971. On April 23, 1973, the Beijing Subway Line 1 was extended to Apple Garden Station. On September 15, 1981, the first phase of the Beijing subway was officially accepted. with operational lines running from Apple Garden Station to Beijing Station. Zhou Danny nodded. Okay, I've got it. That evening when her husband came home, Zhou Danny relayed Anai Quihua's words. Her husband took a drag of his cigarette. So we're not going back to our hometown to build a house? No, we're not, Zhou Danny replied. I've already asked Daya. She said that if we buy a house now, we can register our household here. We'll move our household registration here, and from then on, this will be our home. Finishing her thought, Zhou Danny continued. It might be a risky move, but I think the child Yang has foresight. Listening to her won't lead us astray. Besides, my brother-in-law also said it's a feasible plan, and he's a university professor. Her husband nodded. All right, I trust you. Shall we go look at houses tomorrow morning? The next morning, the couple went house hunting with their 4 children. Since they had 4 children, they needed a large place, and Zhou Danny found a 5-bedroom, 2-living-room house appealing. One of the living rooms could be turned into a bedroom to serve as a guest room. A 5-bedroom, 2-living-room house, with a total of 200 square meters, was a bare shell property, costing 35,000 yuan. The couple made a down payment of 15,000 yuan and had 20,000 yuan left in mortgage. Her husband, now a street vendor, was able to earn over 200 yuan a day, so the 20,000 yuan mortgage wasn't a problem for them. After purchasing the house, the couple finally felt a sense of belonging in Beijing. From then on, they would be people of Beijing. Today the weather was nice, and Yang took 7 or 8 boxes of his skincare gift sets and visited Demingxian. Seeing Yang arrive, Du Jiaojiao couldn't contain her excitement. You're finally here, gorgeous. Li Yao and I have been waiting for you for days. Nearly a month had passed, and Du Jiaojiao's skin had become much better, tender and glowing with a healthy rosy hue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice-clear, jade-smooth skin actually belongs to Yang. _3. Yang smiled and said, I had some family matters the past few days, so I just got the chance to come over now. Sister Jiao, here is the radiant ice crystal skin you wanted. Du Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Big beauty, you really know how to do it. Last time we went to buy radiant ice crystal skin, there was a line, and the limited edition sets were sold out. I'm going to call Li Yao right away. Okay, Yang nodded. Just after hanging up the phone, Li Yao arrived. Big beauty. As soon as Li Yao arrived, she gave Yang a big hug. Sister Yao. Li Yao was 7 years older than Yang, so Yang called her sister. Big beauty, I heard you brought the radiant ice crystal skin. As many as 8 sets. Is it true? Li Yao asked eagerly. After visiting the radiant ice crystal skin store last time, she had finally seen how in demand radiant ice crystal skin was. When she heard over the phone that Yang had brought 7 or 8 sets, Li Yao couldn't believe it. After all, each person was limited to buying only 1 set in the store, and they were out of stock. Yang nodded. Yes. Wow. Yang, you are really amazing. Li Yao hugged Yang excitedly. If it weren't for Wang Hengyang standing right there, she would have kissed Yang. Yang smiled and said, Actually, radiant ice crystal skin is my own. Yang originally came with the intention of promoting radiant ice crystal skin, so naturally she wouldn't hide this from them. There's a saying that having connections makes things easier. Li Yao was about to return to Shanghai, and Yang wanted to expand radiant ice crystal skin into Shanghai. Having Li Yao, an acquaintance there, would make things much easier. What? Li Yao and Du Jiao thought they had heard wrong. Radiant ice crystal skin was Yang's own product. Big beauty, you aren't joking with us, are you? Li Yao asked. Yang shook her head. I'm not joking, radiant ice crystal skin is really my own. Du Jiao surprisedly covered her mouth. Big beauty, I think you should change your name. What name? Yang didn't catch on right away. It should be changed to Big Amazing. Du Jiao said. Do you know how good radiant ice crystal skin is? It's so many times better than those imported products. It's literally a woman's savior. Whether it's anti-wrinkle cream or whitening cream, both are amazingly effective. Yang somewhat embarrassedly said, It's not that exaggerated, just better than ordinary skincare products. The main reason was that this era had too few skincare products, and Anew just happened to have medical knowledge, adding some herbal medicine beneficial to the skin in the skincare, which made Radiant Ice Crystal Skin so effective. Moreover, Anew never added cheap harmful substances into skincare products because of cost concerns. Why couldn't domestic skincare brands surge in future times? It was because some people were greedy and produced toxic products like toxic masks and fluorescent creams, which gradually made people lose confidence in domestic skincare products. Big Beauty, you are too modest. By the way, Big Beauty, since you are the producer of Radiant Ice Crystal Skin, does that mean I can get whatever I want? Li Yao continued. Anew nodded, of course. Li Yao then asked, can I buy some rose essential oil? Rose essential oil is especially good for women, but because the production is very low, thousands of pounds of roses can only produce a few grams of essential oil. It's very precious, even harder to get than the limited edition Radiant Ice Crystal Skin sets. You can, Anew continued, but I only have 50 grams right now. She needed to keep some for her own use in baths. Li Yao nodded eagerly. That's plenty. 50 grams is a lot. Thank you so much, Big Beauty. It's great to have connections. No more worrying about not being able to buy what you want. Anew smiled and said, why be so polite with me? By the way, Sister Yao Yao, when are you planning to go back to Shanghai? Probably the day after tomorrow, Li Yao continued. Let's keep in touch after I return. I might need more Radiant Ice Crystal Skin later on. By the way, Big Beauty, your Radiant Ice Crystal Skin works so well. Have you thought about expanding to Shanghai? Shanghai is full of wealthy people. I guarantee Radiant Ice Crystal Skin will sell like hotcakes there. Who doesn't love a good product? Moreover, which woman doesn't love beauty? As long as the product works well, women don't hesitate to spend money on their faces. Anew hadn't expected Li Yao to voice her thoughts before she could. She smiled and said, Sister Yao Yao, I won't lie to you, I actually had the same idea, but I don't have many connections in Shanghai, so if I rashly try to expand there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Ice skin and jade-like complexion actually belong to Anew. _4. You can ask me for help. Li Yao said with a smile, I was born and raised in Shanghai, there's nothing I can't get done here. Really? Anew's eyes lit up. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes shone with starlight, as if the whole world brightened with her. Her beauty was stunning. In a fleeting moment of shock, Duyi walked by outside the window and happened to catch this scene. He paused, fingers holding Buddha beads, and then walked towards the Buddha hall. Li Yao slapped her chest and said, Of course it's true. Gorgeous, just leave this matter to me, and I guarantee I'll take care of it perfectly. As the saying goes, one feels obligated when taking from others. I've taken so much Ice Jade skincare product from you. Anew, it's only natural to help you handle these matters perfectly. And these tasks were really nothing to Li Yao. Then thank you so much, Sister Yao Yao. When will you have time to discuss this in detail? Anew hadn't expected Li Yao to agree so quickly. She wasn't prepared for so many things. How about tomorrow? I have to leave the day after. Li Yao thought for a moment. Anew nodded. Okay, shall we meet at Noble Fragrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow? Sure. That night when she returned home, Anew devised a very detailed plan, and she didn't fall into a deep sleep until late into the night. The next morning, just after 8, Anew showed up at Noble Fragrance, spoke with Gu Longji about some matters, and by 9:50, was waiting for Li Yao in the private room upstairs. Li Yao came alone. Anew handed over a detailed plan for Li Yao to look at. After a while, Li Yao looked up at Anew, her expression changed. Gorgeous, did you write this plan yourself? Aha, Anew nodded. Li Yao put down the plan and grasped Aneyang's hand tightly. Gorgeous, can I follow you from now on, would that be okay? Li Yao's family was very well off. She was a carefree daughter of a wealthy family. Her fiancé Wang Hengyang also came from a good background, but Li Yao was more progressive in her thinking. She didn't want to end up as a housewife after marriage, revolving her life around children and a husband. Li Yao studied medicine, but she hated the smell of the disinfectant in hospitals. After much consideration, the best choice was to sell skincare products. Ice Jade was so effective, and with Anew being someone with vision and talent, she believed that one day Ice Jade would take the world by storm. Anew said with a smile, "Sister Yao Yao, stop teasing me, I should be the one following you." Li Yao said very seriously, "Gorgeous, I'm not joking, I'm very serious now. I've made up my mind. I want to be an agent for your Ice Jade. Can you bring me along, please?" Once she became an agent for Ice Jade, she would be the leader of the skincare industry in Shanghai. Anew had originally intended to use Li Yao to penetrate the market in East China, and she hadn't anticipated Li Yao's desire to be an agent, but this actually saved her a lot of trouble. "Sister Yao Yao, are you sure you've thought this through?" Li Yao nodded. "I have thought it through." Anew smiled and said, "Well, in that case, Sister Yao Yao, let's go sign a contract." Previously, when Emily's mother, Annie, became an agent for Ice Jade, Anew had drafted a contract. Now, all that needed to be done was to update the second party's name on the contract, not needing a new one. "Okay." Li Yao stood up with her then said, "But, is it really okay to leave like this without buying anything?" "It's fine," said Anew. Li Yao followed Anew to Jianghu village. Recently, Xianxia had brought back a printer from abroad, so there was no need to go outside for printing the contract. It could be done right at home. While Anew printed the contract, Li Yao admired the small courtyard of the Anew family. The roses on the wall swayed in the wind and greatly appealed to Li Yao's girlish heart. "Oh my God! Isn't this too beautiful?" Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Li Yao even considered building a house in the countryside. "Oh my God! Isn't this too beautiful?" A sharp and strange voice echoed through the air. Li Yao looked around, frowning slightly. Who's imitating me? Who's imitating me?" The voice seemed to be right by her ear, yet there was no one to be found. Li Yao grew somewhat nervous. Who are you? Who are you?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear and jade smooth skin actually belongs to Anew. _5. This is just too weird. Li Yao gathered her hands and rubbed her arms. Are you a human or a ghost? Originally, Li Yao thought she would hear the same repeated words, but unexpectedly the other party said, a ghost. Damn it! A ghost! Li Yao was so scared that her face turned pale. Just then, Anew came out of the door with a smile. Duo, stop playing ghost tricks. Come on out. Chirp. Duo flew out from the dense osmanthus tree. Yang. Li Yao said in surprise. Gorgeous. Was it this bird talking just now? Anew nodded. Yes, it was. It's so smart. Li Yao reached out and stroked Duo's little head. What do you usually feed it? Duo squinted its small eyes and nuzzled against Li Yao's palm, its demeanor even meeker than a soft, cuddly kitty by more than a little. Li Yao's girlish heart instantly melted, and she kept saying how cute Duo was. Duo was a flirtatious bird, familiar with females but with males, no one could even touch it. Of course, Xianxia and Grandpa Du were exceptions. Before long, Duo learned to follow Li Yao and started calling Anew gorgeous. Yang, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Li Yao laughed and said, Gorgeous, how much for your bird? I'll buy it. Upon hearing this, Duo flew faster than a rabbit, quickly landing on Aneyang's shoulder and hiding its small head in her long hair, showing its butt to Li Yao. Shoot! Scared the bird to death. Seeing this, Li Yao couldn't help but laugh even more. This bird was just too funny. Anew handed the contract to Li Yao. Sister Yao Yao, see if there's anything that needs to be changed in the contract. Li Yao picked up the pen and signed, No need to change anything, I trust your character. Although she hadn't known Anew for long, Li Yao knew she wasn't that kind of person. Just look at Jiao's attitude to know what kind of person Anew was. Despite Jiao seeming quite approachable usually, she was actually fierce. Not just anyone could become friends with Jiao. None of the descendants of the Du family were weaklings. It proved that Anew was indeed trustworthy. After signing the contract, Li Yao paid a part of the deposit. Once she had things arranged back in Shanghai, Yang would send the ice-skin jade complexion via express delivery. Sister Yao Yao, do you want to visit the factory? Yang asked. Sure, Li Yao nodded. Is the factory far from here? Yang said. Not far, just behind here. Just behind. Li Yao was a bit surprised. Yang nodded. Come on, I'll take you there. The factory was just behind the Ni family's small courtyard. Because the houses in front were built high, the factory was obscured, invisible from the outside. Before entering, the two of them put on sterile suits. Looking at Yang, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim, a beauty is a beauty, even wearing such an unattractive sterile suit you still look good. Inside the factory, Li Yao found that all the machinery was very advanced and the workers were very dedicated. Everyone was wearing sterile suits, with no safety hazards at all. But the factory seemed a bit small, consisting of only a few rooms, with a little over 30 workers in total. After coming out, Li Yao brought up this issue to Yang. Yang said, actually, I've been considering expanding recently. Ice-skin jade complexion was growing increasingly popular, and the current production was barely keeping up with sales. Fortunately, some products were limited edition. Otherwise, there would be nowhere near enough to meet demand. Moreover, sales of ice-skin jade complexion were also quite good in M country, and almost every so often, Yang would send a large shipment over. After a while, once the Shanghai market opened up, she estimated there would definitely be more demand than supply. So it was best to make plans early. Li Yao continued, actually, this time you could consider building a bigger one to save the trouble of expanding later. It's too much hassle. Yang nodded, yes, you make a good point. Li Yao took off her sterile suit. If you're short on funds, you can tell me. Setting up a factory, buying imported equipment, hiring a factory manager and workers, and procuring skincare ingredients, all of these added up to a significant amount of money. Some imported equipment could cost thousands each. Yang said with a smile, thank you, but I think it should be enough. After Li Yao left, Yang sat in the courtyard, earnestly pondering this issue, and drafted a design plan. Since she wanted to expand the factory, the facilities had to be improved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear and jade smooth skin actually belongs to Yang. _6. For instance, a worker's canteen, dormitories, restrooms. Building such a factory would require a large plot of land, and one would first need to apply for land from the village. After finalizing the design plans, Yang went to find the village chief. Yang did this to drive the development of Jianghu village, and naturally, the village chief was more than willing. However, he could not make this decision alone, as the factory would occupy a large area, and it was necessary to have every person in Jianghu village agree and stamp the application form. Now, Yang was the pride of Jianghu village, so the process went very smoothly. There wasn't a single person who disagreed. After the villagers agreed, approval from higher authorities was still needed. Expanding the factory required many procedures, so, taking advantage of the approval period, Yang went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to get all sorts of permits in order. She definitely didn't want to open an unauthorized, black factory. 3 days later, the land was officially approved, located at the eastern end of the village, about a 10-minute walk from the Ni family. The area was originally wasteland, filled with weeds and trees, covering more than 3,000 square meters. Yang planned to construct a 10-story factory here, with offices in the front and employee dormitories in the back. Each floor would have 3 restrooms. To build the factory, of course, one must find Wu Jinshu. After all, Wu Jinshu now owned a construction company. A factory was no small order. As for Wang Tiniu and others, they had long since stopped doing such manual labor. Now they were at home growing roses and portulaca. When Yang approached Wu Jinshu, he expressed with some trepidation, Yang, I'm afraid I might not do a good job. It was the first time Wu Jinshu had received such a large order since opening his business. Yang said with a smile, Godfather, in the future, you might receive orders 10 or 100 times bigger than this one. What is there to be afraid of? Relax, I won't delay paying the wages. Wu Jinshu said, Yang, that's not what I mean. I'm just afraid I might not do a good job. Yang trusted him so much. What if he messed things up? Yang continued, Godfather, the principle is the same whether it's a small order or a large one. As long as you work attentively, there will be no problem. I believe in you. After hearing this from Yang, Wu Jinshu felt much more relaxed and nodded. Okay. Yang, when do you plan to start the work? Yang said, Godfather, if you can arrange things on your end, how about tomorrow? Wu Jinshu nodded. No problem. After finalizing the factory's arrangements, Yang began recruiting. Although the factory was not yet built, some preparations had to be made in advance, especially since the new factory was more than 10 times larger than before. More employees were needed than before. Yang planned to hire 300 general workers, as well as quality inspectors, accountants, a factory manager, clerical staff, and security personnel. All these positions together required over 400 people. It was impossible to recruit all these people in Jianghu village. Almost everyone in the village already had a job. So, Yang decided to recruit in the neighboring village. Yang's main goal was to drive the development of the village, so she didn't want to recruit from outside. Actually, Yang also had the intention of winning people's hearts. After all, the neighboring village and Jianghu village were very close. If the people from their village really wanted to sabotage, it would be quite easy. Instead of going to war, it was better to turn enemies into friends and earn money together. When Yang released this news, the neighboring village was stirred up immediately. You see, the wages Yang offered were 60 yuan a month. To get a job in a state-owned factory outside, not only did you need educational qualifications, but also connections, and the key point was the salary was only half of what Yang offered. People came in droves to apply. Yang wouldn't reject anyone except the elderly, as general labor didn't require much skill. It took Yang a full 10 days to sort out the worker situation. Only the factory manager and some clerical positions were still unresolved. But there were still more than 3 months left until the factory building was completed, so there was no rush, as the factory manager was a crucial position leading a factory and couldn't be taken lightly. Time flew by fast, and in a blink, another 10 days had passed. Today was Yan Erge's birthday, so Yang and Tsuehua went to the Wu family to celebrate Yan Erge's birthday. Tsuehua couldn't help but increasingly feel that Wu Yenyun was like her own lost daughter. While Yang was helping Yan Erju cook in the kitchen, Shangguan Dehui was playing with little Yun in the first-floor courtyard. Dalong and Erlong took Xiaolong out to find friends to play with, and Wu Jinshu hadn't returned from the construction site, leaving only Wu Yenyun and Tsuehua in the house. Tsuehua licked her dry lips and tentatively asked, Yenyun, have you ever thought about finding your biological parents? This matter was no longer a secret in the Wu family. Wu Yenyun shook her head. No. Since they decided to abandon me, I have no need to look for them, and besides, my adoptive parents treat me so well, I don't want to do anything that would upset them. Tsuehua felt a flicker in her brow, immensely disheartened inside, but still maintained a smile on her face. What if they come looking for you? Tsuehua asked. Wu Yenyun said firmly, even if they come, I won't acknowledge them. From the moment they abandoned me, I ceased to be their child. People who abandon their children have no right to be parents. Wu Yenyun had never fantasized about her biological parents coming to find her, and even if they did, she definitely wouldn't give them another glance. Then do you hate them? Asked Tsuehua. Wu Yenyun smiled. Maybe, I don't know, I've never even seen their faces, so it's hard to feel hatred, but if one day I do meet them, I think I would hate them. What kind of parents were they, to throw away their own flesh and blood? Having been abandoned since she was a baby and never even tasted her mother's milk, how could she not hate them? At the same time, Wu Yenyun also felt fortunate that she was picked up by Yan Erju. Though Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu were not her biological parents, they were more than real parents to her. Sometimes, Wu Yenyun felt she was incredibly lucky. Wu Yenyun had heard from Yang about Quihua's situation, and knew that Tsuehua had previously abandoned 3 daughters, so she felt particularly sympathetic towards Tsuehua. Seeing Tsuehua like this, she comforted, Auntie Hua, you had your reasons for abandoning your children, so I believe they definitely won't hate you. Really? Tsuehua looked up at Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun nodded. Really, Auntie Hua, you and Sister Yang are good people, I believe your children will understand you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. With Wu Yanyun's words, Ni Tsuehua felt somewhat better. No matter what, Wu Yanyun was still willing to forgive her. At noon, Wu Jinshu returned. Because he had just come back from the construction site, he was covered in dust, so Wu Yanyun quickly stood up to take the tools from Wu Jinshu's hands. "Dad, you're back. Go take a shower, and we can start eating soon." "All right," Wu Jinshu greeted Shangguan Dehui, Ni Tsuehua, and the others, then went to the bathroom to shower. Watching the sensible Wu Yanyun, Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened slightly. Fearing that others would notice, she hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. She wondered if those 3 children hadn't been abandoned back then, what would the result be now? Soon after, Wu Jinshu finished his shower, and the food was laid out on the table. Ni Yang had taught Yen Erju quite a few cooking tips that day. Yen Erju greatly benefited and said with a smile, Yang, you're amazing. I've been cooking for most of my life and never knew that adding a bit of salt to the oil when frying fish would prevent it from sticking to the pan. There were also tips like adding a few drops of cooking oil when boiling rice to make it whiter, fluffier, and sweeter. Ni Yang said, I heard it from the chefs at the restaurant. They have rich life experiences. I wouldn't know these things. In fact, these were all experiences Ni Yang had accumulated in her past life. But now, after all, she was just a teenage girl, whose life experience couldn't possibly be so rich. Since the Wu family had many children, Ni Yang had brought a 2-tiered big cake that day. Ni Yang was a person who could create a pleasant atmosphere. She led everyone in singing the birthday song, Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday to You. The children's voices were especially sweet and lovely. Yen Erju, wearing a birthday hat, stood in front of the birthday cake with a face full of happiness. It all felt like a dream to her. Before blowing out the candles, Godmother, make a wish first, Ni Yang continued. Yen Erju said with a smile, Then I wish that next year Xiaoyun can get into a good university just like Yang, and that our whole family stays safe and healthy. Ni Yang smiled slightly. Godmother, you have to make a wish in your heart, saying it out loud won't work. Yen Erju immediately put her hands together. Right, I'll make it in my heart then. This was Yen Erju's first birthday of this kind, and it was also her first time eating a birthday cake, and likewise, it was the first time for Wu Jinshu and the children to have birthday cake. The cream's sweetness, the cake's softness, and the fruit's fresh aroma made the cake simply delicious. On the way back from the Wu family, Ni Tsuehua said, Dehui, the more I look at Yenyun, the more she reminds me of Anew. Do you think she looks like me? Shangguan Dehui nodded. I think so too. The child has been well raised by the Wu family, she's very sensible. This was also the most comforting thing for Ni Tsuehua. As she spoke, Ni Tsuehua turned towards Ni Yang. Yang, when can we expect the results from that paternity test you mentioned last time? Ni Yang, one hand on the steering wheel, the other brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear, replied, It should take about a month or so. Mom, don't worry. Once the results are out, the hospital will notify us. Ni Tsuehua nodded and continued, Yang, if Yenyun really is your second sister, do you think she will forgive me? Ni Yang thought for a moment. That's hard to say. Although she had already prepared Wu Yenyun earlier, but after all, the person who was abandoned was her. Sometimes, a bystander's perspective and an experiencer's feelings are completely different. Ni Tsuehua sighed. I wronged those 3 children. Shangguan Dehui put an arm around Ni Kuihua's shoulder. Daya, it's not your fault. It was soon time for the new school term, and Ni Yang had previously promised Han Xiaoyu to treat her to a meal. Ni Yang cycled to the Han family to find Han Xiaoyu. When she arrived, Han Xiaoyu wasn't at home, but Han's mother, seeing Ni Yang, was especially enthusiastic. Yang, you're here to see Xiaoyu, aren't you? Come in and sit down. Xiaoyu isn't home right now. I'll go call her for you. Although Han's mother had only met Ni Yang once, she had seen her again on television. Ni Yang was the national top science scorer. Thinking that her daughter was classmates with the top science scorer made Han's mother feel honored. And Han's mother was very grateful to Ni Yang. Without Ni Yang's tutoring, Han Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to get into a first-tier university. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. _2. 2 years ago, when Xiaoyu took her college entrance exam, she only got into a junior college. Actually, her usual grades weren't bad. It was just that something would go awry every time it came to taking tests. Anew smiled and said, "Auntie Han, since Xiaoyu isn't at home, I'll come by again tomorrow." Come in, Xiaoyu's mom pulled Anew, not letting her leave. "Xiaoyu is just at the neighbor's house not far ahead. I'll go and come back quickly, you mustn't leave, okay?" Faced with such enthusiasm from Han Xiaoyu's mom, Anew found it hard to decline any further, so she simply said, "Then I'll trouble you, Auntie Han." "No trouble at all, no trouble, it's the least I can do," Xiaoyu's mom said while waving her hand hurriedly. As they stepped out of the courtyard, a neighbor asked Xiaoyu's mom if a relative had come to visit. Xiaoyu's mom smiled and said, "No, not a relative. She's Xiaoyu's desk mate, the national top scorer in science this year, the one who has been on TV before. Do you know of her?" Every parent with a child cared about the college entrance exam results. "Of course we know. Speaking of that girl, not only are her academic grades excellent, but she's also pretty. Oh, if I were her mother, I'd be laughing even in my dreams." "Auntie Han, is the top scorer really at your house?" Someone else expressed skepticism. "Really," Xiaoyu's mom continued, "I'm going to call Xiaoyu back home. In a while, you all could come over to my house. The top scorer is at my place." With that said, Xiaoyu's mom went off to look for Han Xiaoyu. When hearing that Anew had come, Xiaoyu was particularly overjoyed. "Mom, Yang really came?" Xiaoyu's mom said with a smile. "You child, would I joke with you?" Xiaoyu continued, "Then Yang must have come to treat me to a meal." "Treat you to a meal?" Xiaoyu's mom asked, puzzled. "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded, adding, Yang scored the top score, right? She promised me before." Xiaoyu's mom took out 30 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, when it's time to eat, you should pay the bill. Yang has helped you so much, you can't let her pay." When Xiaoyu saw the 30 yuan, she was delighted. "Mom, when did you become so generous?" It was known that Xiaoyu's mom's monthly salary was only 50 yuan a month. They usually only bought meat once during the entire winter holiday. It was unexpected that she would be willing to pull out 30 yuan all at once. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's mom said without words, "When has your mom ever been stingy? When you go out to eat with Yang, you certainly can't choose too shabby a place. Take it. You have to spend the money where it matters. Yang is a friend worth making." Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay, I understand." Just as the two of them reached the Han family's house, they saw a crowd of people waiting at the door. Xiaoyu was stunned. "Mom, why are there so many people at our door?" Xiaoyu's mom said with a smile, "They are all here to see the national top scorer." Being able to see someone who had been on TV at that time was not an easy feat, and since Anew was the national top scorer, her popularity naturally rose. Everyone wanted to see what the national top scorer actually looked like. Xiaoyu swallowed hard. She was a bit worried that Anew might be unhappy seeing so many people flock to her house. The result proved that Xiaoyu had worried too much. Not only was Anew not angry, but she was also very enthusiastic, always maintaining a smile on her face, dimples showing shallowly. "Wow, this girl is even more beautiful than on TV. Goodness! I didn't expect to see her in person today. Young lady, how is your brain wired? How did you manage to score top in the nation? Young lady, can we take a photo together?" It's said that a top scorer is the reincarnation of the Wuchang star from the heavens. Young lady, can we take a photo together? Let us also share a bit of the Wuchang star's good fortune. Sure, Anew nodded. I just so happen to have brought my camera. Seeing that Anew agreed, everyone was very happy. They thought Anew would refuse such a request, but she was approachable. Anew being approachable made Xiaoyu's mom very happy. She liked Anew even more. Seeing that Anew didn't let her down, made her look good in front of the neighbors. Of course, she liked Anew. Anew set the camera to automatic mode and took quite a few photos with everyone. After leaving the Han family's house, Xiaoyu said, Yang, everyone really likes you." "That's right," Anew said with a mix of pride and coquetry. "I'm so good-looking, beloved by all, flowers bloom at my sight, and birds are stunned into silence. How could people not like me?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. _3. Han Xiaoyu. Come on up. Yang braced one foot on the ground, the other on the pedal, and looked back towards Han Xiaoyu as the sunlight turned her profile snow-white, refined as jade. Everything behind her became a backdrop. Even Han Xiaoyu, a girl herself, was dazzled for a moment, before saying, Yang, you're going to take me? MHM. Yang nodded. Han Xiaoyu said with a smile, I'm quite heavy, can you really carry me? That wasn't a joke. Xiaoyu, at 1.67 meters, weighed 120 pounds. She didn't look overweight, but her muscles were particularly firm. I can carry you. Yang's gaze was indifferent. Really? Han Xiaoyu was skeptical, eyeing Yang's slim figure. Barely weighing a few dozen pounds, could she really manage it? Really? Yang said with a smile, hurry up and get on then. Han Xiaoyu hesitated, then sat on the bicycle's rear seat, holding onto Yang's waist, and expressed her astonishment. Wow, Yang, your waist is so thin. There's not even a bit of excess fat. Typically, when people sit down, there's at least a little bit of fat around the waist, but Yang's waist was utterly devoid of any. So slender it could be encircled with a hand. It made one die with envy. Yang spoke with a smile. If you like it, you could have it too. I could have it too? Han Xiaoyu asked. Yep, Yang nodded, then continued. A good figure is all about eating right. I'll write you a dietary plan someday. If you eat according to it, just give it 3 months and you'll have an unbeatable figure. Really? That's great. Han Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Yang pushed off with her foot. Hold on tight, we should get going. The sudden movement made Han Xiaoyu quickly tighten her grip on Yang's waist. They were moving fast, and Xiaoyu hadn't expected Yang to actually be able to carry her. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder she was the top student in the whole city. The sunlight was just right, the year serene. The two of them, riding along, laughed incessantly. Isn't that my junior sister? Wang Ziki suddenly spotted a very familiar figure. Duo turned to look and saw a person cycling past, leaving behind just a glimpse of a white skirt hem. Before Duo could speak, Ziki went on, my junior sister is incredible, carrying someone on her bike and still cycling so fast. Let's go, Duo said, withdrawing his gaze with a cool tone in his voice. Ziki realized he had said too much and promptly shut his mouth, following Duo's lead. Yang parked the bike in front of the Xianxia, and Han Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Yang, why did you stop here? I'm taking you out to eat, Yang answered with a smile. Out to eat? Here. Han Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Yang, this is Xianxia. At first, she had just jokingly suggested it but hadn't actually expected to dine at Xianxia. I know this is Xianxia. I wouldn't have come if it weren't. Come on, let's get off. We're going to eat here today, Yang replied decisively. She always kept her word. Since Shed promised Han Xiaoyu to eat at Xianxia, of course they had to come. Han Xiaoyu got off the bike. Yang, but I heard Xianxia is really expensive, and you need a membership card. With this long queue at the door, if we don't have a card, how long will we have to wait? Though Xiaoyu had never been to Xianxia, her cousin from her aunt's side had. Her aunt's family was much better off than hers, but her aunt didn't have a membership card. They had only been to Xianxia once, and though it was just that single time, they had bragged about it repeatedly, mentioning it every time they met. Yang propped up the bike. No worries, I have a membership card. Really? Han Xiaoyu's mouth hung open in surprise. Really? Yang took Han Xiaoyu's arm. Let's head inside. The moment they stepped through the grand entrance of Xianxia, Xiaoyu was stunned. The dining hall was packed, yet it wasn't chaotic. Instead, it was orderly, with waiters decked in Han food darting between the tables, the surroundings and decorations beautifully arrayed, dreamlike and enchanting. So beautiful! Han Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't until they reached a private room on the 3rd floor that Han Xiaoyu understood what a true paradise on earth was. Yang ordered many dishes, all of which Han Xiaoyu had never tried before. As each dish was served, the waiter would introduce it. This one is called Flowers of Wealth and Honor, with the wish that both of you will have a bright future, full of wealth and honor. With those words, the waiter tapped gently with a small spoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the national top scholar. _4. Snap. The round, eggshell-like item cracked open, and as the smoke dispersed, a strikingly lifelike peony flower emerged. Is this a real flower? Han Xiaoyu asked. No, the waiter shook their head. It is carved from cream and pudding, with a layer of mango at the very inside. You should try it. Han Xiaoyu scooped a small piece and tasted it, squinting her eyes with satisfaction. Oh my god! This is delicious! Yang, you have to try this. Yang also took a bite. Indeed, it's good. Han Xiaoyu held a spoon in one hand and the dessert in the other. Yang, take a photo of me, I want to show it off when I get back. It wasn't easy for her to come to peony flower, so of course, she wanted to boast about it. Yang picked up the camera and snapped several photos of Han Xiaoyu, not minding the cost of the film at all. After the meal, Han Xiaoyu intended to pay the bill, but upon touching her pocket, she found only 30 yuan and thought better of it. This amount wasn't even sufficient to cover the loose change. When she graduated and started making money, she resolved to treat Yang to delicious food from all over the world. After their meal, the two left the restaurant, and Yang took Han Xiaoyu to the photo studio. Han Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Yang, you have a camera, right? Why are we going to a photo studio? I'm here to pick up some photos. Yang said, a few days ago, I left some film here for the boss to develop. The photos Yang had developed were from the recent graduation photo session at school. Oh! Han Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. The young lady is here, your photos are ready, said the kind, elderly boss in his 60s. Thank you. Yang took the envelope with the photos. How much do I owe you? The boss said, 300 photos total up to 3 yuan and 50 cents, but 3 yuan will do. Han Xiaoyu quickly pulled out 3 yuan and handed it to the boss. Here you are, boss. The boss accepted the 3 yuan with a cheerful smile. Yang said with a smile, you don't have to pay, I have money. Han Xiaoyu replied, you've already spent quite a bit at peony flower, it can't always be just you paying. Just then the photo studio boss spoke up, young lady, I kept a negative of this photo. May I display it in the studio as a sample? It was a photo of Yang and Han Xiaoyu together. Yang smiled and said, I'm okay with it, Xiaoyu, what about you? Han Xiaoyu said, I'm fine with it too. Thank you. The boss hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then said, young lady, I see your photos were taken at the City No. 3 Middle School, you look somewhat familiar. Are you the national top scorer Yang from this year? This year's national top scorer was famously well known. After the interviews from the TV station, she became a household name. Previous national top scorers had always been boys, but this time a girl had achieved it. It goes without saying that Yang had fiercely won pride for girls. At that time, people didn't value girls' education much. In a class of over 50 students, almost 60, there were only 15 girls. The rest were boys. Yang had shattered the stereotype that girls are innately poor learners. As a result, more families will start sending their girls to school. It was precisely to set a good example with Yang that the TV station came over for several interviews, and she was even featured on the national news broadcast twice. Thus, many who followed the news felt a faint sense of familiarity upon seeing Yang. Before Yang could reply, Han Xiaoyu hastily nodded, Yes. Grandpa, your eyesight is excellent. This is this year's national top scorer. From now on, your photo studio can be renamed the Top Scorer Photo Studio. Oh my! The boss was utterly thrilled. I knew this young girl looked familiar. So she really is the top scorer. Here, take your money back. From now on, you both get free photo developing whenever you come here. The boss handed the money back to Han Xiaoyu. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, You keep the money, boss. Who does business without charging? We can't have you losing money on our account. As Han Xiaoyu refused to take the money back, The boss reluctantly kept it while inwardly marveling at how much more understanding and mature students were nowadays. As the national quality improved, China would only continue to grow stronger. After collecting the photos, Yang took Han Xiaoyu to the post office. Yang, are you really going to send all these photos to our classmates' homes? Han Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. She had thought Yang was only speaking off the cuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. _5. Yang really meant it when she said she would keep her word. Yang said with a smile, a person must be trustworthy. Having promised my classmates, I wouldn't go back on my word. There were 58 classmates in class 5, and each one of them got a photo taken with Yang. Some had 2, others had 3. Apart from Han Xiaoyu and Yang herself, a total of 56 were to be sent out. At that time, there were no machine-generated shipping labels, so addresses had to be written by hand. Yang took out a notebook with her classmates' addresses and with Han Xiaoyu's help, they filled out all the addresses in less than 20 minutes. Yang sent them express, which meant they would reach her classmates in about 3 or 4 days. The shipping cost was a total of 26 yuan, and once again, Han Xiaoyu rushed to pay. When the classmates received these photos, they were all very surprised. None of them had expected Yang to actually keep her promise. When they took the photos, none of them thought she would truly send them. It must be said that Yang added quite a few vibrant strokes to their high school life. And Yang easily won a great deal of goodwill. After all, these classmates would one day be pillars of the country. Demi Villa. After Li Yao left, Du Jiaojiao was bored at home. All Elder Du did was sit in the Buddha hall and chant incessantly, so much that her ears were about to develop calluses from the noise. Stop chanting already. Yang will be starting school soon, and I'd like to visit Yang's home. Are you coming? Du Jiaojiao leaned against the door, arms crossed. Apart from the birthday visit, it had always been Yang visiting them at Demi Villa. They had not yet gone to the Ni family home. After waiting for a long while without a reply, just when Du Jiaojiao thought he wouldn't go, Elder Du put down his wooden fish and said, "Let's go." Du Jiaojiao was taken aback. You're coming too? Elder Du nodded. I heard Yang has moved out. She doesn't live with the Zheng family anymore. Do you know the way? Du Jiaojiao asked. Elder Du twisted the Buddha beads. Ziki knows the way. Wang Ziki and his parents had visited the Ni family several times. Oh. Du Jiaojiao nodded, then asked, there are a lot of elderly people at Yang's home and a little sister too. What do you think we should buy as gifts? Elder Du, with a distant expression, responded, you decide. Okay. Du Jiaojiao ordered several nutritional supplements and toys for children to be delivered before she and Elder Du set off for the Ni family home. Before arriving at Jianghu village, Du Jiaojiao's perception of the countryside was that it was dirty and disordered. She could not have imagined that the environment in Jianghu village would be so beautiful. The scenery was picturesque. Absolutely gorgeous. Junior sister. Junior sister. Wang Ziki stood at the door knocking. Ziki is here. The one who opened the door was old Madame Zheng. Elder Du and Miss Du are here too, come in. Elder Du's reputation was influential within 10 miles. Even nonagenarians would address him respectfully. Elder Du said modestly, in your presence I am the junior. You can just call me Xiaodu. Du Jiaojiao also smiled and said, Grandma, my name is Du Jiaojiao, just call me Jiaojiao. Old Madame Zheng didn't bother with further pleasantries and led them inside. Once inside the Ni family courtyard, Du Jiaojiao couldn't help but admire how beautiful the small courtyard was designed. Especially those 2 rose walls. They were just stunning. Old Madame Zheng laughed. This yard and house were designed by Yang. Really? Du Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. Old Madame Zheng nodded. This child takes after her maternal grandfather. She loves to be creative and adores flowers and plants. Elder Du observed the courtyard discreetly and noticed that not only was the design appealing, but the feng shui setup was also very clever, interconnected throughout. It seemed her claims of knowing fortune-telling did indeed hold some merit. Inside, Shangguan Granny was teaching little Ni Yun an ancient poem.
Upon the guest's arrival, she immediately stood up. Elder Du, Miss Du are here.
You're too polite. Just call me Xiao Du. Elder Du repeated what he said to old Madame Zhang. Du Jiao also smiled and suggested they call her by her name. Little Anew was very outgoing and immediately ran over to grab Du Jiao's skirt, saying, "Hello, beautiful sister." Du Jiao generally didn't like children much, since they tended to cry, which she found annoying, but upon seeing the adorable little Yun, she was instantly full of maternal affection. Mainly because being called beautiful sister was just too pleasing.
You must be little Yun, right?
Du Jiao picked up little Anew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the national top scholar. _6. Little Anew nodded. Yes, my name is Anew, the Yun for my sister's Anew. Yun is awesome. Du Jiao pinched little Anew's face. Will you give your big sister a kiss?
Sure.
Little Anew kissed Du Jiao fiercely. A while later, Du Jiao realized that Anew wasn't home. Grandma, where is Yang? Is Yang not home? Madame Shangguan said.
She was just here. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as she finished speaking, there was noise at the door. Granny! Grandma!
I'm back.
Anew pushed the door open, carrying 2 big fat fish in her hands, her clear face smeared with a drop of mud, like a stroke of thick ink mistakenly entering clear water, which, far from looking awkward, added a touch of charm. She wore no shoes, her trouser legs rolled up to her calves, revealing a segment of her fair and lovely leg. Seeing the guests in the house, Anew exclaimed in surprise. Big brother Du, sister Jiao, how come you're here?
Du Jiao said with a smile. Why? Aren't you happy to see us?
Anew smiled slightly. How could that be?
I couldn't be happier. Have a seat. I'll take the fish to the kitchen. I'll go with you. Du Jiao linked her arm with Anew's.
Okay.
Anew nodded her head and led Du Jiao to the kitchen.
After delivering the fish to the kitchen, Anew washed her feet under the garden tap, found a pair of slippers to put on, and casually washed her face. Du Jiao said, Yang, your house decoration is really nice. I heard from your grandma that you designed it yourself.
Anew nodded. I did design it myself.
Initially, it was just for fun. I didn't expect the outcome to be this appealing. Perhaps finding the room stuffy, old Du and Wang Ziki came to sit down by the small stone table in the yard.
Madame Zhang brought some pastries and tea.
Old Du stood up and said, You're too polite.
Madame Zhang smiled. There's no need for politeness. Just relax. Old Du and Xiao Du.
When Du Jiao saw the mung bean cakes on the plate, her brow twitched with worry, because old Du doesn't eat legumes. He surely wouldn't embarrass an elderly lady, would he? Just as Du Jiao felt anxious, she saw old Du take a piece of mung bean cake and taste it. It tastes very good. This must be homemade, right?
Madame Zhang smiled.
Exactly. Yang just made them yesterday. They're very fresh.
Seeing this, Du Jiao breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, old Du didn't make the old lady feel awkward. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Plop. Just then, a small bird landed on old Du's shoulder. You little rascal, you've come.
Are you still holding grudges? Can't you change the nickname?
Old Du took out a grain of bird food from his pocket to feed Duo. Duo pecked at the bird food. Du Cheng Feng. My name is Du Cheng Feng.
Old Du. Du Jiao was stunned.
How did Duo know old Du's real name? After all, in the entire 10-mile port, the number of people who know old Du's real name did not exceed 10. This was really bizarre. Old Du actually told his name to a bird. If those outside found out, wouldn't they be furious? Little bastard, want more to eat. Duo pecked at old Du boldly. Little Anew ran over from not far away, panting, and said to old Du, Brother, your name is really strange. That's what my grandpa calls people when he curses. Old Du kept smiling. On the surface, grinning from ear to ear. Inside, swearing a streak. Ha ha. Du Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding her stomach. For the first time in her life, Du Jiao saw old Du lose face. It was just too rare. Anew picked up the basket.
preparing to get some vegetables. Sister Jiao Jiao, do you want to come with me to the village? Sure, Du Jiao Jiao replied enthusiastically. The two of them went to the fields together. From afar, Du Jiao Jiao smelled a strong fragrance of roses, which was very pleasant. Yang, are there roses planted here? Du Jiao Jiao asked. Yang smiled and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, turn around and look behind you. Du Jiao Jiao turned around and was stunned, covering her mouth with both hands, eyes filled with shock. She saw behind her a vast expanse of fiery red. It was September, and the farmland was filled with blooming roses, stretching to the horizon, a sight so beautiful it was breathtaking. It had a monumental presence. Du Jiao Jiao had seen roses before, but she had never seen such a large expanse of roses. Combined, these roses must cover several hundred yuan. So beautiful! Du Jiao Jiao exclaimed in shock. Yang, are these all roses? Yang nodded. These roses are the raw materials for essential oils and hydrosols. Du Jiao Jiao continued, Yang, can we go over and take a closer look? Of course. The two of them went to the rose field. Du Jiao Jiao was overjoyed, stretching out her arms and saying, It would be great if we had a camera. Yang laughed and said, We have a camera at home, we can come back here to take pictures after lunch. Really? That's great. Du Jiao Jiao continued, Can I pick some roses to take back? A peasant woman walked by, smiling and saying, You can pick as much as you like. Yang greeted her with a smile. Sister Kaitian. Sister Kaitian said, Yang, is this your friend? Let her pick as much as she wants. My place doesn't have much, but we have plenty of roses. Yang nodded. Thank you, Sister Kaitian. Du Jiao Jiao also expressed her gratitude. She could feel that Yang was very popular in Jianghu village because the villagers' smiles were genuine. Du Jiao Jiao picked a large bunch of roses to take back, and Yang discreetly counted them, planning to settle the account later with Sister Kaitian. Coincidentally, not long after, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu and their family of 6 also arrived. Wu Jinshu came specifically to thank Yang. If it weren't for Yang, he wouldn't have landed such a big project, and Yang's family had been really good to his family. Seeing Mr. Du again, Wu Yenyun was startled. She didn't expect to meet Mr. Du at Yang's house. She was even more surprised that Yang and Mr. Du knew each other. Yang took the initiative to introduce them. Godfather, godmother, Yenyun, this is my good friend Mr. Du, and this lady here is Miss Du. This is my master's son, Wang Ziki. Mr. Du nodded at them. Du Jiao Jiao said with a smile, Uncle, Aunt, just call me Jiao Jiao. Wang Ziki followed up, Uncle, Aunt, you can just call me Ziki. After speaking, Wang Ziki added, Junior sister, I didn't expect this little comrade to be your younger sister. Because Wu Yenyun was somewhat stubborn, Wang Ziki had some impression of her. Wu Yenyun said, It's a small world, I didn't expect that you knew Sister Yang. Yang exclaimed in surprise. You know each other? Wu Yenyun looked at Mr. Du and succinctly said, Mr. Du has been kind to me. That 100 yuan really solved a lot of problems for the Wu family, and Wu Yenyun had already done as Mr. Du suggested, distributing that 100 yuan to those in need. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? What exactly the favor was? Yang didn't ask further. But she was somewhat surprised. Because in all the time she had known Grandpa Du, she never knew he had a compassionate side. Although Grandpa Du practiced Buddhism, he had a fierce and violent demon living in his heart. Yang said with a smile, So it's like that, huh? Since everyone knows each other, there's no need to be reserved. Aha, Wu Yenyun nodded. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Yang went to cook, while Du Jiao Jiao, who had never cooked before, found the earthen stove intriguing. Rolling up her sleeves, she offered to help Yang. In fact, the family also had a gas stove, but Yang felt that the food cooked on the gas stove wasn't as aromatic as that cooked on the earthen stove, so the family always used the earthen stove. Yang didn't refuse her offer, smiling and saying, Sister Jiao Jiao, then you can help me watch the fire. I've already started it. Just add some wood if it looks like it's dying down. Sure thing, Du Jiaojiao declared, patting her chest. Leave it to me. Grandma Shangguan and Grandma Zhang were washing vegetables outside, everyone working well together, and soon the kitchen filled with enticing aromas. Yang, are we going to have roasted chicken for lunch? Your grandfather caught a wild chicken outside. It's still alive. Anai Tsuehua walked in, carrying a wild chicken. Anai Yang had just finished stir-frying a dish. Yes, definitely. Wild roasted chicken is the most fragrant. Du Jiaojiao asked curiously, roasted chicken? Pretty lady, do you have an oven in your house? Anai Yang replied with a smile, no oven, but we have a natural oven. A natural oven? What's that? Du Jiaojiao asked. Anai Yang kept it a secret. You'll see in a bit. Anai Tsuehua passed the wild chicken to Anai Yang. Then I'll go light the fire in the bread oven. Okay. Anai Yang took the chicken with one hand and the kitchen knife with the other, following Anai Tsuehua towards the yard. Du Jiaojiao followed Anai Yang's footsteps. She had never seen a chicken being killed before. The bird was a male wild chicken with shiny feathers, almost as splendid as a little phoenix, extremely beautiful. Anai Yang's hand moved, and the knife fell, fresh blood dripping from the chicken's neck into a bowl of salt water. Du Jiaojiao gave a thumbs up. Pretty lady, your way of killing chickens is impressive. She had thought Anai Yang wouldn't dare to kill a chicken. After all, it was a bloody scene indeed. Anai Yang said with a smile, it's just a chicken, no big deal. Grandpa Du and Wang Ziki were playing chess at a stone table, multitasking, and when they heard her, Grandpa Du's lips curved slightly. Killing a chicken for Anai Yang was indeed a small matter. After all, the person dared to swallow snake gall. Wang Ziki, a bit crude, didn't really know how to play Go, and in less than 2 games, he was utterly defeated. Seeing Wu Yenyun approaching, he was like a man seeing rescue, waving at Wu Yenyun. Yenyun, come here a moment. Are you calling me? Wu Yenyun pointed at herself. Aha, Wang Ziki nodded. Wu Yenyun trotted over. Big brother Wang, you needed me? Wang Ziki stood up from the stone bench. Yenyun, why don't you play chess with Grandpa Du? I've lost quite a few games already. After saying this, Wang Ziki added, do you know how to play Go? A little, Wu Yenyun nodded. Then take over. Wu Yenyun nodded again, and leaned in to sit across from Grandpa Du. Wang Ziki truly didn't know how to play the game. He had made a mess of the chessboard, to the point where not even a professional player could turn it around, and Wu Yenyun's brow furrowed slightly. This game, without doubt, Wu Yenyun lost. The second game, Wu Yenyun lost again. Honestly, Wu Yenyun's skill in chess was not bad, but the person sitting across from her was Grandpa Du, who was like a war-hardened Azura, capable of killing without a trace. Before Wu Yenyun could respond, she was already sinking deep into the mire. Wu Yenyun racked her brains, but she couldn't turn the tables even once. Not everyone was Anai Yang. Not everyone had Anai Yang's skills in chess. After several games, a bored look appeared in Grandpa Du's eyes. He picked up the Buddha beads on his right and stood up. Ziki, you take over. Oh, Wang Ziki sat down again. Only this time his opponent was Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun glanced at Grandpa Du, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Was it because Grandpa Du thought she was too dumb? But her chess skills were quite good among her peers. She had even won a school Go competition before. Distracted by her thoughts, this round she somehow let Wang Ziki, the complete amateur, win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _2. Anai Yang and Du Jiaojiao, holding the processed pheasants, came to the front of the bread oven and began to roast the chicken. Du Jiaojiao said, Big beauty, so this is the natural oven you were talking about. Anai Yang nodded. Du Jiaojiao stroked her chin. I seem to have seen this abroad. While taking out the charcoal from the bread oven, Anai Yang stuffed the pheasant inside. This was indeed passed down from abroad. Although it's not as convenient as a modern oven, it's much more useful because it uses apple wood for the fire, so the food it roasts is much tastier than what you'd get from an oven. Du Jiaojiao nodded, nonchalantly touched the charcoal with her hand, and pointed to the other side. Big beauty, what is that over there? What? Anai Yang turned to look. Du Jiaojiao swiftly smeared her hand on Ni Yang's face, leaving a black mark on that clear and handsome face, the contrast of white and black giving off a somewhat cunning appearance. Wow! Big beauty, your skin is so white and tender. Du Jiaojiao instantly turned into a drama queen. Unsuspecting, Ni Yang smiled, touching her face and spreading the black mark wider. Really? Du Jiaojiao held back laughter. Really, really? Your skin is as smooth as cream and so pretty. Ni Yang felt something odd about Du Jiaojiao but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She reached out and pinched Du Jiaojiao's face. Sister Jiaojiao, tell me, did you just play a trick on me? No. I really didn't. Du Jiaojiao earnestly denied. Do I look like the kind who would play tricks on people? From a distance, Du Yi was watching them with a gentle smile on his face. Holding Buddha beads in his hand, he strolled over. Do you have a study room in your house? Study room? Ni Yang was momentarily stunned before replying. Yes, we do. Let Duo take you there. No sooner had she finished speaking than Duo flew over from a nearby tree. Du Yi followed Duo forward. Wu Yenyun lost interest in playing chess and ran to Ni Yang's side. Young sis, I'm starting my senior year of high school. Can I borrow a set of review materials for the senior year? Of course. Ni Yang nodded. I'll look for them this afternoon. Wu Yenyun smiled and said, No need, I can go to the study room and find them myself. All right, then go find them, Ni Yang continued. Anyway, I won't be using those materials anymore, take whatever you want. Oh, by the way, the senior year materials are all placed in the cabinet under the desk. Just look in the cabinet. Got it, Wu Yenyun nodded. Ni Yang's study room was set up in a well-lit room on the second floor, with a creeper plant and some succulents on the balcony, everything clean and bright. The room was simply furnished with 4 rows of bookshelves, a desk and a chair, with only a faint scent of ink and paper in the air. A book lay upside down on the desk with a pale red cover reflecting the English letters, Humboldt's Gift. This was Humboldt's Gift, a famous book from M country. To the left of the desk, there remained an unfinished cup of coffee. Those with a keen sense of smell could still detect a faint aroma of coffee, as if through these things they could envision the study's owner leisurely sipping coffee and reading books into the quiet of the night, their nearly transparent fingertips brushing over the pages, with nothing but the soft sounds of pages turning in the air. Du Yi picked up Humboldt's Gift, and found it was all in English, without a single Chinese character, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. It seemed the person was much more than what he understood. Calm and collected, Du Yi strolled through the bookshelves. The books on the shelves were clearly categorized. 1 row for foreign classics, 1 for domestic classics, 1 for historical and biographical works, and another for collections of dramas. The transition from classic literature to drama revealed that the study's owner had a wide range of interests. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the study room. Was this person not trusting him? Du Yi glanced back slightly and, unexpectedly, the person who came wasn't Ni Yang but Wu Yenyun. Mr. Du Yi gave a slight nod, subtly withdrew his gaze, and continued to select books. Wu Yenyun didn't speak further. She went to the desk and squatted down to look for her senior year review materials. After a little while, Du Yi pulled out a copy of Diamond Sutra from the shelf and then walked out. As the footsteps grew distant, Wu Yenyun let out a soft sigh, sat on the floor, and stared out the window lost in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _3. Actually, she wasn't here for review materials at all. She didn't even know what was wrong with herself. After seeing Du Jiaojiao again, she couldn't help but want to be near him, even if they didn't speak. Just watching him filled her heart with satisfaction. If he spoke to her, or even just nodded, she would get so excited, inexplicably happy, happier than if she'd won first place in her grade. How strange. Wu Yenyun covered her face with her hands, took a deep breath, stood up, and casually picked up a book of ancient poetry from the shelf. She flipped a page and with a quick glance she thought she saw this line. The hill has wood, the wood has branches. My heart delights in you but you do not know. Wu Yenyun slapped her own face hard. God! What was she thinking about? She couldn't go on like this. Du Jiaojiao was not someone she could even dare to think about. But the more she tried not to think about him, his face kept appearing before her eyes. With that thought, Wu Yenyun tiptoed and peered out the window into the courtyard. She saw Du Jiaojiao sitting under the osmanthus tree reading a book. He was wearing a robe, his legs crossed casually, a posture that seemed effortless yet had a fatally attractive pull. A gentleman's grace is like fine carving and polishing. Thump thump thump. Wu Yenyun clearly felt her heart beating stronger and stronger, her cheeks burning. She quickly shifted her gaze and crouched down to continue searching for review materials. Not caring whether the materials were useful or not, Wu Yenyun grabbed a stack and headed downstairs. After lunch, Du Jiaojiao hadn't forgotten about the rose field and pulled Anew with her to take pictures in the rose field. Yenyun, do you want to join us? You could take photos of us. Du Jiaojiao looked at Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun glanced at Du Jiaojiao from the corner of her eye. I'm feeling a bit sleepy so I won't go. You and Sister Yang go ahead. Okay then, Du Jiaojiao turned to Wang Ziki. Ziki, do you want to come with us? Wang Ziki scratched his head. Sorry, second miss. I need to deliver some fertilizer to Grandpa Zhang in the eastern part of the village soon. Grandpa Zhang was now so absorbed in clearing new land that he spent at least 6 or 7 hours a day in the fields. Since coming to Jianghu village, his complexion had darkened several shades. Du Jiaojiao said worriedly, What should I do then? If no one goes, who will take photos for me? Anew smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister Jiaojiao, I can take them for you. Du Jiaojiao responded, But I wanted to take pictures with you too. Anew continued, For joint photos, it's simple, we can set the camera to automatic shooting mode. Selfies won't look as good as photos taken by someone. Du Jiaojiao sounded slightly disappointed. I'll go with you. Du Jiaojiao put down the diamond sutra he had in his hands and walked over. Du Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, thinking she had heard wrong. Really? Du Jiaojiao nodded slightly. Great. Du Jiaojiao hooked her arm into Du Jiaojiao's. Let's go quickly then. Anew followed behind them, and the three walked toward the rose field together. After a few steps, Anew looked back at Wu Yenyun. The rose field ahead is really beautiful. Are you sure you don't want to see it? No. Wu Yenyun shook her head. She hadn't expected things to suddenly turn out this way. She wanted to go with them too, but she had spoken too hastily. If she changed her mind now, wouldn't it be too obvious? Wu Yenyun insisted on not going, so Anew didn't press further. The trio quickly reached the rose field. Anew, holding the camera, said, Big brother Du, Sister Jiaojiao, shall I take a picture of both of you together? Sure. Du Jiaojiao exclaimed excitedly, still hooked on Du Jiaojiao's arm and struck a pose. Anew took quite a few shots. Du Jiaojiao, like a tireless character from a story, kept changing poses and even picked a large bunch of roses. After a while, Du Jiaojiao was finally satisfied and passed the camera to Du Jiaojiao. Now it's your turn to take a joint photo of us. Du Jiaojiao nodded slightly. Du Jiaojiao then pulled Anew in for more pictures. After a while, Du Jiaojiao set the camera to automatic shooting mode and said, This sort of opportunity is rare, so let's take a joint photo of the three of us. She didn't wait for Du Jiaojiao to agree, she fixed the camera in place, pulled Anew, and hurried to Du Jiaojiao's side. Hurry, I only set it for 70 seconds. With a click, the camera captured the moment forever. By the time they returned from taking photos, it was already after 1 in the afternoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _4. Du Yi and Jiao Jiao didn't stay long, merely greeting the Ni family elders before leaving. After they left, Wu Yenyun found Anew. Yang, sister. What's up? Anew glanced back slightly. Wu Yenyun hesitated. I'm just curious, what's that Mr. Du's name? How do you know him? Anew didn't give it much thought. His name is Du Chengfeng, and he's a good brother of Brother Mo. Oh, I see. Wu Yenyun nodded. Chengfeng. So his name was Du Chengfeng. A name quite poetic, and fitting to his demeanor. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for Anew to report to Yihua University. Mo Qishan also returned just in time for the start of the term. On the day of school, Elder Zhang indeed intended to buy a truckload of firecrackers to fulfill a promise, but Anew stopped him. Buying a truckload of firecrackers would not only be a waste of money but also pollute the environment. On the first day of school, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang to the campus. Since Ni Yang was the national top scholar in sciences, Yihua University had even hung a banner over the campus gate. Yihua University's acquisition of the national top scholar in sciences had left other universities green with envy. Just yesterday, officials from other universities visited Jinghua village, hoping to poach Ni Yang. To show their appreciation for Ni Yang, the university leaders personally stood at the gate to welcome her. "Hello, principal. Hello, teachers." Ni Yang walked up with Mo Qishan. "Hello, Ni Yang." The principal extended his hand to Ni Yang and looked at Mo Qishan. "And this is?" Ni Yang said, "This is my boyfriend, Mo Qishan." Boyfriend? Ni Yang had a boyfriend? The top scholar in sciences had a boyfriend. Shock was evident in the eyes of the principal and other university leaders. In their eyes, good students should be busy studying, not falling in love. Well. As long as her academic performance is good, nothing else would be surprising. After all, this was university, and having a relationship was hardly a big deal. Mo Qishan was also stunned. Being acknowledged as her boyfriend felt amazing. He had even been prepared to be referred to as Ni Yang's brother. He didn't expect to be publicly acknowledged. By the time they reached the girls' dormitory building, Mo Qishan was still dazed. "Brother Mo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ni Yang tugged at Mo Qishan's sleeve. "It's nothing." Mo Qishan clasped Ni Yang's hand tightly. "I'm just too happy." "Happy? Happy about what?" Ni Yang slightly raised an eyebrow. This man was so strange. Just at the beginning of the term, with students bustling around the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Mo Qishan, already tall and wearing a crisp suit, stood out with his sharp features and an imperial aura, intimidating yet imposing, clearly a high-ranking elite, making him far more appealing than any college boy, as girls passing by couldn't help but stare. "He's so handsome. If he were my boyfriend, I'd probably wake up laughing from my dreams." "Get real, look at who's standing next to him. That's our university's national top scorer. Truly a match of equals in looks and talent." Ni Yang's room was on the 3rd floor. Mo Qishan carried the suitcase on one shoulder and held Ni Yang's hand as they went upstairs. The dormitory was a standard room for 6, with beds above and space for desks and other stuff below. At that moment, there wasn't anyone else in the room. The bed by the window on the left was already taken, and there were belongings underneath, likely from a student who had arrived earlier because of the distance. "Yang, which bed do you want?" "This one." Ni Yang pointed at the first bed by the window on the right. "Okay." Mo Qishan nodded and began to make the bed. Despite never doing housework at home, Mo Qishan was adept at making beds. In no time, he had finished making the bed without Ni Yang even getting a chance to help. Truly a boyfriend attentive as one could be. Ni Yang placed a vase she brought from home on the desk, then inserted fresh roses into it. After setting up the dorm, and seeing that the other 5 roommates hadn't shown up yet, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan headed off campus to grab a bite. The 80s also had military training. The training lasted for a month, meaning, after today, Mo Qishan wouldn't see Ni Yang for a month. After dinner, Mo Qishan and Ni Yang went to watch a movie, and it wasn't until after 6 p.m. that Ni Yang returned to the dormitory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _5. At that time, 2 people had already arrived in the dorm. One was called Li Huilan, and the other was called Zhang Qiuying. Ni Yang took out the gifts she had prepared in advance and distributed them to the 2. Because it was their first meeting and she didn't want to burden her roommates psychologically, Ni Yang had not prepared anything too expensive. The gifts were a box of delicate pastries. "Thank you, Ni Yang." Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying smiled and thanked her. Actually, Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying had known that a top national scholar would be coming to the dorm, but what they hadn't expected was that this scholar would be so warm-hearted, which was not at all what they had imagined. "No problem. By the way, Ni Yang, I also have something for you." Li Huilan took out a handful of red dates from her bag. "These are specialty products from my hometown, and I've already cleaned them. Don't despise them." Li Huilan came from a rural area and was dressed very simply, her Mandarin tinged with a local accent. Ni Yang took the red dates with both hands, smiling, Red dates are great. Not only do they enrich the blood and improve qi, they also beautify the skin. I love eating red dates. Upon finishing speaking, Anew tasted a red date. How does it taste? Li Huilan asked. Very sweet. Anew nodded. Thank you, Huilan. You're welcome. Seeing the new roommate liked her gift, Li Huilan felt relieved. Li Huilan was the only college student from her village. On the day she left for Beijing, all the villagers, old and young, had come out to see her off at the edge of the village. On the way there, she was full of confidence, but after arriving in Beijing, she realized how insignificant she was, especially at Yihua University where everyone had high scores. Her score of 620 was nothing special here. Adding to that, the meeting gifts from Anew and Zhang Qiuying were quite expensive, which made Li Huilan feel somewhat inferior and embarrassed about her red dates. Unexpectedly, neither Anew nor Zhang Qiuying despised her. Zhang Qiuying also took out a gift and handed it to Anew. Zhang Qiuying came from Yanjiao. Her family conditions were excellent, often traveling abroad, so the gift she gave was a silk scarf with Chanel letters on it. It was a famous luxury brand in the future. Anew smiled and thanked her. After a while, the remaining 3 roommates also arrived. These 3 roommates were called Wang Lixia, Li Muzi, and Zhou Ling. Anew passed the pastries to the 3 of them. Li Muzi and Zhou Ling happily accepted. Wang Lixia refused. Sorry, I have a toothache and can't eat sweets. You keep it for yourself. Anew was never one to chase after those indifferent, and seeing Wang Lixia was somewhat difficult to get along with, she took back the pastry. Anyway, she wasn't planning to stay long in the dormitory. Regarding this issue, she had already discussed it with the principal before coming to Yihua University. She had attended college in her previous life and now also had a business to look after. Naturally, she wouldn't waste time at school. Attending examinations on time was enough, though she still had to participate in military training to avoid being criticized for seeking special treatment. Wang Lixia, these red dates are a special product from our place. Would you like to try some? Don't worry, I've cleaned them. Li Huilan offered the red dates to Wang Lixia. Wang Lixia glanced at Li Huilan. Could you please straighten your tongue and talk to me properly? After saying this, Wang Lixia also muttered under her breath, Country bumpkin. Li Huilan's face turned red, her hands stiff with embarrassment while still holding the red dates. Zhang Qiuying had a hot temper and immediately retorted, Huilan, these are great red dates, money can't even buy them. Why waste them on a dog? Who are you calling a dog? Wang Lixia's face reddened in anger. Zhang Qiuying smiled. Whoever bites senselessly is the dog. No manners. Wang Lixia was so angry her chest heaved. Zhang Qiuying, linking arms with Li Huilan, said, Let's go, Huilan. Let's eat our dates and not stoop to a dog's level. You. Say that again. Wang Lixia charged up to them. Zhang Qiuying was not one to shy away from conflicts. Why not say it again? Some people seem decent, but they're worse than dogs. Wang Lixia was furious. Back home, she had always been the precious daughter, pampered by her parents. At school, she was the top student, adored by teachers and students alike. She didn't expect to face such humiliation on her first day in Beijing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.